It is now 6 p.m. Welcome to the Planning and Zoning and Town Council workshop this evening. I believe it's going to be a very informative evening for everyone. But what I'd like to do to start off, and just for the citizens, we will have citizen comments. They will be at the end. You'll have your 3 minutes. And instead of making you all sign up, I thought it would be a nice, neat, orderly. You'll get one time to speak. All you need to do is raise your hand. Someone will come up and speak. Someone comes up behind, so we have two, one in the bullpen, just like we did with the planning and zoning. And so everybody will get one round if you want to speak. So, and we'll talk about that when we get closer to the comments. So I just want to let y'all know that so you didn't think that, oh my gosh, I can't come, I can't speak to the other thing. Okay? All right. If you please rise. Mayor Pro Tem will lead us to the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate the residents taking the time to attend and participate in the conversation about the future of Delaware. I want to acknowledge up front that topics like this can bring a lot of perspectives and concerns, and that's completely understandable. None of us have every answer tonight. There may not be any answers tonight. The purpose of this workshop is to simply to look at the information together and start a thoughtful conversation about what it may mean for the future of Delaware. Tonight's workshop brings together both the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Town Council, because the topic we're discussing touches two responsibilities that are closely connected: land use planning and the long-term financial sustainability of Delaware. Planning and zoning evaluates how development fits within the character and planning framework of the community. The Town Council has responsibility for the financial stewardship of the town and the services we provide to residents. Tonight is not about making a decision. There will be no decisions made this evening. The purpose of this workshop is to make sure both bodies have the same information and context as we look forward to the future of our town. Before we move further into the workshop, I'd like to invite the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission to offer a few opening remarks from the Planning and Zoning perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the first time the Planning and Zoning Commission has met in this new year. So to all the members of the commission, Happy New Year. It'll be a more challenging year than in years past. This is an important civic duty that we are doing here tonight. Each one of these things, whether they're town workshops, town council meetings, all fit into the larger mosaic. But it would also be mindful that some of our citizens are engaged in civic duty of much higher calling and a much higher consequence, several of them who have paid that. So we as citizens should be mindful of other Americans who are doing their part to create this thing that we call, government of the people, by the people, for the people. So Commission, tonight, this is going to be a lot of numbers. This is going to be what we don't normally talk about. Next week will be more in line with us. But it is important for the Commission, in conjunction with the Council, to hear the entire perspective, because that is what you're being asked to make a decision. That is your fiduciary responsibility, is to the welfare of the entire town. So with that, I'll turn my comments back to the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Before we begin the presentation, I'd like to set a few expectations so the workshop runs smoothly. The primary discussion this evening will take place between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Town Council and the presenters. Residents are welcome to observe and listen, and if we open the meeting, which we will do at the end of the meeting, for citizen comments later, we'll make it clear at that time when it's time for you all to be able to engage. I would also ask everyone in the room to help maintain a respectful environment by avoiding side conversations, outbursts, or interruptions while someone else is speaking. We have to remember we have a lot of folks on YouTube, and there's a lot of noise that goes out through YouTube channel that it gets picked up in the back and picked up in the front, and so if we can be mindful of that. It's unfortunate that I have to make the next statement, but I do. I also want to address something briefly before we move forward. During our last council meeting, there were moments where the discussion crossed into personal attacks and language that was not appropriate for a public meeting. Let me be very clear. Everyone is welcome to share their opinions and perspectives, even when those opinions differ. That is an important part of the democratic process. However, profanity, personal attacks, or language that targets individuals or groups in a disrespectful or discriminatory way will not be allowed during this or any future meetings in Double Oak. If comments move in that direction, I will ask the speaker to redirect the remarks to the issue being discussed. If they choose to ignore the redirection, then they will be removed from the meeting. That's the part I didn't want to say, but we had to say it. So, good news. Here we go. We're heading off into the message. Tonight's workshop is about understanding the planning and financial context facing the town of Double Oak. Our goal is to have a thoughtful conversation so that both planning and zoning and town council are informed as we consider long-term future of the town. So we're going to enter into the presentation portion of tonight. And I'll be introducing some folks here with some bios before we turn it over to our presenter. We have in attendance this evening our town attorney, David Berman. David has knowledge of when we did our development on the east side of town over at the church and Chin Chapel in 407. And it's quite an interesting story on how things evolved over there. It's not always a good story. I have information that was been passed on to me from former mayors, town attorneys, some folks that lived here. And what I wanted to do is share a perspective of what evolved over there and what the town, and you'll hear today, what the town is doing to avoid some of the things that occurred during that development. So David, if you'd like to just kind of give us a high level of what went on and some things that didn't quite go.
You'll take the podium if that's all right.
Yeah.
Would this make more sense?
Yep.
Sitting over there. Is this on? Oh, it is on. I can hear myself. All right, for those of you who don't know me, Dave Berman, been the town attorney since, I don't know, I was thinking about that earlier, was asked a question, since somewhere in the 1990s. It's been a while. The comment I made was I've been here since everybody on that wall over there, the pictures on the wall over there were there. Before the water tower was built, actually, off of Simmons. Before all of that development in the northeast corner of town was there, before Flower Mound had all that stuff going on. So years and years ago, the concept that the town had was we needed some form of, we knew that growth was coming, we knew that retail was on its way. But the concept that we had back then was that if we enabled and controlled retail growth in Double Oak, number one, first and foremost, we could protect our citizens from the ills of retail. But number two, we'd be able to get some type of sales tax and income from commercial that would ease the tax burden on the residents in town. I mean, we are predominantly residential. I mean, amazingly, I mean, almost completely residential. So what we did was there was a tract of about 40 to 60 acres called the Anderson Tract. That northeast corner of town was the Anderson Tract. We decided that would be the best place, and it really would be because it's closer to Louisville and 35E, and it was prime for retail development. And so the concept was if we rezoned that and encouraged retail, that would be our solution. So what we did was we created this zoning regulation or zoning district called Business Office Park. We worked on getting the sewer connection with Highland Village, which is essential for retail. And then we went through the rezoning process. The property owners at the time didn't mind. They had no objections to a zoning change from agricultural to business office park to some form of retail. And the reason, obviously, is because their property would be worth a whole lot more if it were zoned for some type of retail, as opposed to its then zoning for agricultural. And although I don't think that they were saying it to anybody out loud, I think that they were really thinking about selling the land. We went through a comprehensive process involving public hearings, discussions, negotiations. It was difficult. It was painful. You know, people in town back then were saying the same things that people have always said in other cities and towns. Allowing retail will have bad effects on the community. It will encourage greater traffic. It will put a burden on our schools. It'd be more noise. We just don't want retail. I bought my home here because I wanted to live in the country. That's what people said back then, and that was 30 years, 40 years ago. So we went through a very painful process. I mean, back then, this was before this town hall was built. Our offices and our council chambers were in a portable building where the fire department is now. So it was really crowded, you know, and it was really uncomfortable, and it got pretty aggressive. But we went through a long and drawn-out process. We were finally able to get the zoning passed. And then right away, the church bought the entire tract and took it off the tax rolls completely. Not that no one did anything wrong, it's just that bad luck. I mean, we've just been, I don't want to say cursed with bad luck, but we haven't had great luck in connection with retail and non-residential development. You know, of course, when the church bought the property, it takes the entire tract off the tax rolls. But with negotiations with the church, they agreed to set aside to carve out that northeast corner 14-acre tract for retail. First business we had was a self-storage warehouse facility, which doesn't really generate sales tax income. And then we were involved in litigation for the next 7 years after that. The process of changing from residential to retail, the zoning process is fairly straightforward, and it does require public hearings. The Planning and Zoning Commission will be very involved in that process, and then the council will be involved in it. At every stage, the public has the right to attend, participate, and to provide comments. I don't know if the same concerns that existed 30 years ago are still here now. You know, back then, all of that retail, those box retailers at 2499 and 407, that wasn't it. That was all vacant land. Along 407, there was nothing. I mean, it was trees and woods and fields and nothing. And now we've got it on the east side of us, on the west side of us, and on the north side as well. So I'm not saying that we're behind the curve on it. I'm saying that this is a community decision that you all need to make. But the primary goals for having retail in most cities, apart from the convenience to the citizens, having that type of retail locally, you know, one of the fundamental concerns is a broader tax base. Having commercial or retail enterprises will ease the tax burden on citizens and enable the town to have a bit more of a robust budget. So with that in mind, I'm here to answer questions before I sit down, because I might fall asleep if you don't now.
Is all that taking place, all that?
Mid-90s, early 90s, early to late 90s, I'm sorry, as best I can remember. That was back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, so I don't
So
know.
the rezoning took place way back then, but they only made that retail center 4 or 5 years ago.
Which retail center?
The one at the north.
Oh, no, yeah, no, I'm talking about the retail development at the northeast corner of town, at Chin Chapel and 407.
But it hasn't been there, but maybe, what, 5 years?
Yeah, the shopping center, yeah.
It was rezoned back in the 90s.
No, we adopted business office park regulations to encourage retail development back in the 90s. Before that, we had nothing. But over the years, the regulations have evolved and have developed. So now we've got office and then we've got business. So, okay, there was another question over there. Who had the other question? Yes, Ed.
As I recall, I think he started the process about 1997 to 1998. I attended the town council meetings at that time for about 6 to 8 months and stuff, so.
You remember me being there, right?
No, I don't.
I don't remember you that much, but not from back then, but yeah.
But I do remember them talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember them talking about the, saying that we have to rezone this because we may get sued. You know, one of the council members at the time wanted to make the retail area back where the boat is, the boat area is over off of Kings Road,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Yeah, but you remember, I mean, I'm not kidding when I say it was a bit of a difficult process. I mean, people were angry and mad and in that
Well,
little
they
building.
didn't have
that
as
we
many
had.
people attend.
I know, well, but we had a much smaller room though, you know. Yes, ma'am.
So speaking of the litigation, with this property we're talking about now, what are some of the legal implications by doing the shopping center, not doing it, not rezoning it, rezoning? Like, where are the litigation things that could happen, I guess?
The exposure that we have in connection with this process is not with the decisions that we make, but the process that we follow. We have the authority as a governing body and a P&Z to recommend to change zoning based on what we believe to be in the best interests of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. If we make a decision and it's a rational one and it's not spot zoning or contract zoning or anything else, and I assure you that it won't be because I'm going to be supervising, we have no liability whatsoever. The liability exposure, though, comes in the process if we fail to provide the right notices during the right time. If Public Information Act requests are received and we refuse to answer them, if we receive a protest and we don't acknowledge the protest and achieve the supermajority vote that's required by state law, it's not in the decision, it's in the process. So we will minimize our exposure by following the correct procedures, and we will be fine. Litigation should be like taxes. It's your secondary concern, not your first one. So, well, yes, sir.
Following up on that,
I need you to speak into your mics if you can, please, folks. Because it's the YouTube.
Okay. Following up on that good question, the town has no liability except for making sure we follow the process. One of the concerns, I imagine, from a lot of people's perspective is if the development in any way, the new development, shopping center, in any way has a negative impact on a neighbor's property, say floodwaters or whatever, is the town potentially liable then?
If we know that we're approving a drainage plan that is going to cause flooding, then under those circumstances, we might bear some liability. That's a technical issue, though.
Okay.
The primary issues that you're concerned with in that respect really deal with the nuisances that retail or that any other non-residential use might create. Those become primarily private issues between the nearby property, the people that are most affected by it. For example, if there's a business out there that has a truck that keeps showing up at 7 o'clock, or I'm sorry, 3 o'clock in the morning and waking people up, we can adopt regulations, and we do have noise regulations on the books that we can enforce to limit or prevent that. But if the business as a regular operation is doing something that creates a nuisance that impairs a nearby property owner's use and enjoyment of their land, that's a private cause of action. Now, we're involved to the extent that it becomes widespread or involving multiple properties, but if it's one individual property owner, you know, I'm not sure if it really is a nuisance or a public nuisance or a private one.
But it doesn't involve the town, it's between the new property owner, the developer, and the neighbors.
Right.
So the neighbors would be pretty much on their own.
In most circumstances.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, but the goal that we're going to have here when we review and approve development plans is to ensure that there is protection for the neighbors, for the nearby properties. I mean, nobody can ever promise it's going to be, that will have zero effect. But the goal is to protect adjacent properties as well as the town in general.
Would that protection be in the form of ordinances or?
Yes.
In the, just ordinances? It's not
Yes.
like we can have a contract with the developer and stipulate certain
No.
behavior.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
We can't dictate that, but it'd be through ordinances only.
Yes,
Okay.
but understand that if the developer chooses to apply for planned development zoning, for PD zoning, the zoning itself will require a set of development regulations that we will review and consider and approve. And there is some negotiation in that respect. It's not a contract, it's an ordinance, but there is an identical process of discussion and negotiation. So yeah, if they apply for planned development zoning, we will it will be important for us to ensure that we incorporate provisions that do protect nearby properties.
One last question on liability. If the development moves forward and they're meeting all current ordinances, but yet because of issues, and the town develops new ordinances, would the developer and would the developer be grandfathered if they, for example, they say, well, we met the ordinances when we moved in, you can't change the ordinances that create a new issue for the developers?
That's called vested rights, or grandfathering is the colloquial term. But yes, if they apply for a development permit, and we have fair knowledge of the scope of their development, then the zoning regulations that were in place, all the regulations that pertain to zoning that were in place at that time are locked in. We can change them, but it won't apply to this project. If they apply for plan development zoning, though, there will be an ordinance that we will create. It's the regulatory provisions, the broader ones that are locked in, not the individual property-specific ones that we would develop in a plan development zoning regulation. So it's a good question, actually.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Other questions for David?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if it's a legal question or not, but how much say do we get in what exactly comes into this? Like maybe it's a legal standpoint or whatever it is, like how much does the town get to say?
A
We
little.
don't want this, we want this, A
A little bit. In theory, we have already expressed our desires in the permissible, allowable uses by right in our existing zoning. If they apply for plan development zoning, all bets are off. That makes sense? I mean, we will dictate, or we will work with the developer to come up with a list of allowable uses. We don't have to express the uses that are prohibited, although we could, but generally right now, we've already expressed our desires in our existing regulations that enumerate the allowable uses by right. If they do plan development zoning, we can limit that or we can increase it, but we will have some say-so over that. We also have some say-so over site plan development, landscape plans, that kind of stuff. But what you need to know is that for the ordinance itself, if they apply for plan development ordinance or plan development zoning, we have fairly broad discretion. If they're applying for a site plan, though, or, building permits, site plans, development plans that are like that are really based strictly on what our existing regulations allow for, and our review is ministerial in nature. So if we approve zoning and they apply for a building permit, or if they can develop the property as it exists right now without actually changing the zoning, it's a use by right, and all they need to do is apply for a building permit. Does that make sense? You understand that?
Maybe explain it one more time. Yeah,
Right.
like in a little bit less legal terms. Yeah.
So we have discretion in what we allow through our zoning regulations, right?
Yeah.
But when we're talking about permit applications, same thing with plats, we don't have discretion. Our review and approval is ministerial in nature. Right? If someone, for example, submits a plat application and the application meets all of our zoning and subdivision regulations, we shall approve the application. If somebody applies for a building permit and that permit is in compliance with all of our regulations, we shall approve it. If they apply for zoning, whether it meets our regulations or not, we may or may not approve it based on what we believe to be in the best interest of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. That make sense?
Yeah.
We have some discretion over zoning. We don't have much discretion over permits.
But we potentially have a couple options for zoning? You're saying plan development or commercial, or what?
I
what's the other
don't
one?
believe that, and our planners will probably need to address that question at some point down the road, but I believe that the existing plans that they have will require or necessitate plan development zoning.
Okay.
And I'm getting nods from staff, so plan development zoning, that process gives us fairly wide discretion in what we can approve and disapprove.
And it's,
But-
more like input from us or
Absolutely,
things
yeah.
that need to be approved.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
okay.
once that happens and once that ordinance is complete, the level of discretion becomes much more narrow. That make sense? Okay.
Along that same line, then,
Dan, you're just question after question.
This is the place.
This is the time.
That's
And
why
this
we
is the
call it a
time.
workshop.
There you go.
along the same line, you said we have pretty wide discretion on the rezoning. Does the town have the ability to put leverage on the developer for the approval of the of the rezoning, to have them do stuff that is outside of the development property. For example, let's say it's proven that there's potential for excessive groundwater going into a neighborhood. Could we in fact stipulate that they have to build, say, a new drainage channel to accommodate the excess runoff that's actually off their property, but with the approval of the residents?
All right, that's going to require more information than I'm comfortable with giving
Well,
you
it's
a
just-
blanket
yeah,
answer
this is
for.
just a
However,
big
let me
what
give
if.
you the broad brush background.
Okay.
All right, we will require hydrology studies and drainage plans. We will consider and approve or deny those plans based on the property's topography, its drainage characteristics, the possibility for flooding off-site. There is some limited ability that we have to require off-site improvements from a developer. And it's not broad, it's limited, but if it's necessary to accommodate their project, then we can insist on it. The PD process is somewhat of a negotiations process, and sometimes the developer will want a concession in exchange for that, which we need to be prepared to consider if it's asked. But by and large, if this project will create a flooding or a drainage issue, if this project will create any more runoff than is currently existing, then the hydrology studies and the drainage plans will show that, and we will not approve those if that's the case. I mean, and we can insist that the developer do some off-site improvement to accommodate additional drainage if their property or if their development will cause it. But in answer to your question, sort of yes.
Thank you.
Mostly yes. Yeah. Those are good questions. Yes, Andrew.
Mr. Berman, Monday's town council, during citizen comments, some of the citizens asked questions about the types of businesses, and our ordinances enumerate about 12 or 18 businesses that would require a special use permit. For example,
That's
an
pretty narrow.
adult,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
These are things that just don't roll in because the developer or the leaser wants to do it.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
So there's about 12 or 18 of those businesses that require a special use permit.
Our existing SUP regulations do have a list of things, uses that SUPs are required for. It also has what I call a safety valve. It's a catch-all provision for any use that is not listed as an allowed use by right, an SUP is otherwise required. The SUP process should not be something that we're going to be looking at or thinking about going forward, because if they're applying for plan development and zoning, they're going to tell us what they want to use the property for, or what it might be used for, and we will consider and approve or reject a list of enumerated uses by right within that area. That makes sense? So we shouldn't have to, unless we adopt the plan development and all of a sudden they want one of their tenants, for example, or one of the property owners in that area want to use something different than what the PD does not allow for, and then we might ask for an SUP.
Okay.
So, but that's how our ordinances are currently.
Would we need an ordinance to help with, alcohol sales?
Sure.
And things, so if it's a restaurant, we'd have to change that and allow, even for the grocery store, potentially, you'd have to put something in the ordinances to allow for alcohol sales?
Not really.
No, not really.
Well,
Okay,
it's
that's
more,
all different.
it's much more complicated than that.
Oh.
It requires an election, a local option election first.
Okay, great.
If a local option election is done, and if it's successful, then we don't have to allow it by ordinance. We can require permits for it, and we will. And if the local option election is successful, I will insist that we consider the adoption of a regulation that authorizes the town to limit the sales of alcoholic beverages to the fullest extent allowed by law, but we don't have to have a specific use category. And in fact, for alcoholic beverage sales, you can't discriminate between businesses that sell alcoholic beverages and other businesses that are similar in nature that don't sell. You have to treat everybody the same. The Alcoholic Beverage Code preempts local regulation except to the extent that we're allowed to regulate, and those are kind of narrow, kind of focused. But if we do, we'll adopt an ordinance that limits to the extent that we can, and we'll require permits. But yeah, we don't have to have a zoning category that authorizes it.
So one of the things that we've talked about in ordinance also is the developer said that they would put in deed restrictions that would limit the types like vape shops and things like that,
That would
they
be great.
couldn't come in there. But if we want to double down to make sure that we're protected,
Is that something that we can put into ordinance and say we do not allow these types of businesses in Double Oak?
In a plan development, maybe. In a broader an amendments to our business regulations, it just kind of depends.
Because we don't know that we have the same thing over on that side of town as what we're now talking about.
Right.
That
No, I
then
know.
those could come in over there because we don't have that.
I know. To the extent that we can regulate businesses, there are some limitations. I mean, we have broad legislative discretion to determine what uses are appropriate in our town, but there are limitations on that. You know, pawn shops are restricted. We can't say absolutely not kind of thing. Predatory lending institutions, there's a case out there that talks about that, and I've done a handful of ordinances for some cities in the past where we tried to limit, title loan type businesses, there are really some strong limitations against that. SOBs, we should already have regulations on the books that deal with sexually oriented businesses. If we don't, then we probably need to be thinking about that, but that's a long-term kind of thing. It depends on the nature of the business and what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Generally the answer is, yeah, we can, but we have to be careful. Same thing with short-term rentals, for example.
Because we're not just worried about necessarily this. We're now thinking that didn't
See,
happen
you're
over
getting-
there either.
Yeah, you're thinking broader. I understand.
So, council, commission, some of what town attorney is talking about will be addressed next week when Randy does her presentation, because she's going to talk, so a lot of things that bantered back and forth here, and before they turned into permit, when we started having some meetings, when we came to the town council and said, hey, there's this opportunity that exists, but we don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but we don't have the expertise to do this. We know that mistakes were made when they did the eastern businesses. Let's not make those same mistakes. So we came to the council with a presentation to hire a city planner, or a town planner, that would act on the behalf of the town to cover all the things that we just talked about. That work began, how many weeks ago?
I believe it began back in November.
In November. And so we had to take a look at our ordinances, at the things we had in our system of rules, and knowing fully that many of those could be violated by a developer if they so chose to want to take advantage of us. So we immediately, and this is Randy's expertise, immediately started to identify all of those. And the good news is we're working with this developer who actually pointed out stuff that was wrong. They didn't have to do that. And I'm not touting the developer. What I'm saying is that we did a lot of work, or really Randy did a lot of work, others did a lot of work to create this, what do you call it? It's the plan development ordinance.
Here, yeah, you get
You're going to hear a lot about this next week, so.
Yes, we have been working on reviewing the development standards that are part of the plan development ordinance. And what the attorney was talking about, when you establish a PD, you can create written regulations that are very similar to what's in the code today as far as kind of the style and the legalese. And of course, he will review all of that before it comes before you. But you'll also attach concept plan, a landscape plan, building elevations, because we want to review the overall layout and what that looks like, building placement, parking square footage, landscape buffers, sidewalks, amenities, detention ponds. We're looking at all of that, and then building elevations for the conceptual style of the buildings. I will say, one of the things that the mayor is talking about that the ordinances are sort of silent to are drive-throughs. And we worked with the applicant early on to provide some regulations on the stacking of drive-throughs so that we wouldn't have an incident where the point of sale is occurring and then there's all these cars stacking into the fire lane. And so we were able to pull from other cities that have really good, queuing and stacking requirements and put those into this plan development. So that's just one example of some things that we have worked on with the applicant, and I look forward to going over that in more detail next Wednesday.
So there'll be a lot more intimate discussion as it relates to how we got to the point that they could even turn around and fill out the application to bring it to the town. What was the date that they brought it to the town?
February 12th.
February 12th. So November to February, we were doing everything we could to protect the town, to get as much information into this documents so that we wouldn't let things slip through the cracks. And you know, is it perfect? No. Are we still negotiating? Yes.
Yes.
On a regular basis. I don't know how many businesses we've said we don't want to see on that property. I haven't seen the final list. But
We're working through some, to ask the applicant to provide some prohibited uses in the plan development. The development standards themselves, we'll need to work with the attorney to make sure that we're doing that correctly so that we're not listing prohibited uses that would otherwise be discriminatory.
Correct. So a lot of pre-work being done before they got to the point of submitting an application. Once they submitted the application, that then became the town's ability to start to communicate to the town that something was could be really going to happen. Before that, it was all hearsay, it was all, it might, it could, until they applied for that permit, or, not the permit, what is it?
Zoning
The
change
zoning
request.
change. It was just all up in the air.
Right.
But we got together and did a lot of work ahead of time because we knew that our ordinances were less than, not equal to, less than. You know, and we're not going to go down a rabbit hole, but I throw out the question: how did we get a drive-through at Bahama Bucks and at Brahms when it's not even in our ordinances? So we're making sure that we're protecting the town moving forward on whatever development could happen, either with this or if this doesn't happen, but something else is going to happen in the future. So we're looking at this, and you'll see this when we go through the financials. This isn't about today and tomorrow with what we're trying to accomplish here. We know as a 52-year-old town that we've got challenges in the future. That's why our ordinance committee is working hard. That's why we're having a lot of intimate knowledge of new properties that are going into the town and what we're doing on the planning and zoning side. So as much as tonight is about a workshop that deals a little bit with the what if of a development, the reality is the work that's being done has to do with 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, and what those folks who take over after us, whether it be council, whether it be mayor, whether it be citizens, are in a protected state.
And I just wanted to add, tonight, the feedback and the discussion, I'm taking pretty detailed notes. I want to try to answer everything that's brought up tonight next week. And so input is critical from the residents, from the commission, from council, because like David had said, now is the time. You know, with this PD, we have some discretion on what we can ask for. And so if there's a concern, you know, we need to discuss that openly and then talk to the applicant about how we can address it in the plan development.
So, okay, we're going to move on to next. Thank you, Randy. I will do a full bio introduction of Randy next week, and she will have plenty of lectern time. So, Randy, thank you for stepping in. David, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ready to go with our main presenter, Amy Bissett, right? Oh, there you go. There you are. Amy Bissett serves as practice lead for planning plus entertainment at McAdams, bringing more than 25 years of experience in economic development, local government leadership, and public service. Known for her strategic insight and collaborative approach, Amy works with communities, developers, and public officials to advance thoughtful planning initiatives and economic development strategies that strengthen local economies and enhance quality of life. She holds a Master's of Public Administration from the University of Texas, Arlington, and is a graduate of both the OU Economic Development Institute and the ICMA Mid-Managers Career Institute. Amy is also a certified economic developer, which reflecting her deep expertise in guiding communities through complex development and investment opportunities. During the 15 years, Amy has helped facilitate more than $1 billion in economic development investment across Denton County, supporting projects that attract businesses, create jobs, and foster long-term economic vitality. Her work is grounded in a commitment to smart growth, strategic partnerships, and building vibrant, sustainable communities. So I'd like to turn this over. So Amy's going to go through a presentation. if there's some ooh and ah slides, and by the way, this presentation will be on our website, what, by tomorrow or tomorrow? So everybody will be available to get this presentation. So if we can sit back and kind of listen to what Amy has to say and take it all in, when we get to the workshop, we're probably going to be flipping back and forth between some slides, council and planning and zoning. So don't feel like you have to absorb it all in one look. So Amy, it's all yours.
Thank you. Mayor, council, commissioners, this is my first time before this body, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. I wish that I was the practice lead for entertainment at McAdams, but it's actually entitlement, just so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
My
all right. Entertainment would be much more fun. So as the mayor said, I am a land planner and work on zoning cases as well, but in my role today, I'm here specifically wearing my economic development hat. And my job here today, one, is to represent the town. McAdams is not representing the developer, we represent the town. So we're here on your behalf to present objective financial information regarding what could or would or might not take place on this 23 acres so that you all can make informed decisions in the coming weeks that do impact the future of your town and your citizens. So I'm here to be as objective as possible. I'm going to present financial data. I'm going to present multiple scenarios regarding the 23 acres, but before we do that, we're going to step back and we're going to take a broader overview of the current town budget and examine the revenue streams that you have for your town. Do you have the agenda, Chris? Is that one of that's all right. So we're gonna look at your revenue streams, we're gonna look at your expenses, and then we'll look at a specific analysis related to this proposed retail PD. We'll look at two alternate scenarios. One is no development on this 23 acres, and another is if this 23 acres were to develop with residential use instead. And then we're gonna look at some budget projection scenarios of how those decisions affect the future financials of Double Oak. So let's start with the budget. The important thing that I want to point out here is this is your sources of revenue. So this is what your town budget is made up of in terms of income that's coming into the town. And the important thing to look at here is that 75% of your income is made up of ad valorem taxes, i.e. property taxes, or sales tax. Those are the two areas that we're going to focus on tonight. Yes, you do have some other streams of revenue, but these two are the ones that will drive your ability to budget in the future. So we're going to focus on those tonight. Next slide, please.
Hey, Amy?
Yes.
Just for clarification, these are budget numbers, not actual.
That is correct. This is your 25-26 budget that we're
Okay.
looking at right now. Yes, sir.
So I'm just curious, is there any significant difference between tracking, if we were to track actual to budget, would they be pretty much in line? Chris? You could probably answer that. So the actuals are pretty close to
Yes,
these
they are.
budget numbers, okay.
We'll also be seeing some projections as well.
Yeah, to answer your question, Dan, but some of the revenues don't come in monthly, like our franchise fees. We might get them all at once in October, we might get them, so it's not a fluid way of receiving some of this income. But the last 3 years, really for quite a while, we've tracked right onto budget.
That's a great question. And this is a similar slide looking at your expenditures, your budgeted expenditures for this fiscal year. And again, I want to point out your two largest expenditures because these will play into the conversation as we move through the evening. Roughly 55% of your overall annual budget is dedicated to your police department, and another 27-ish% is dedicated to your administrative services department. So between those two departments is roughly 80% of your budget. And I just also want to point out that there's an additional line item for the fire department at approximately $125,000 per year, or just under 5% of your overall budget, and that may come up later this evening as well. Next slide, please. So in this exercise of putting together this analysis on your behalf, I asked the town manager to give me some projections of what the next 5 years look like. And the assumptions that he made in providing me these projections is no new development, a 3% cost of living adjustment, and growth projections based on trends from previous years. Next slide, please. So this is the first of many graphs that we're going to look at tonight. This is essentially your forecast over the next 5 years at status quo. In other words, if things stay the way they are today, your revenue or your expenditures begin to outpace your revenue, and that delta grows over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So what happens when you have rising expenses in a municipality? There's a widely understood concept that towns really have 3 levers that they can pull when they face increasing expenses. The first one is you increase your revenue. In other words, you raise taxes or fees. So this could come in the form of property tax rate increase or user fees of various kinds. Your second option is you reduce or restructure your services. In other words, you cut costs. This may look like delaying capital projects, reducing staff, having a hiring freeze, or cutting services, programs, or maintenance. Nobody wants to cut services, and especially when 80% of your budget is your essential services. I just kind of wanted to draw that connection here. Your third option is to grow your tax base. In other words, look at economic development initiatives. This looks like encouraging commercial investment, redevelopment opportunities, and recruitment of target employers or commercial development. We're going to look at your future budget through the lens of all of these options this evening, just so you have a broad picture going forward. Next slide, please. So let's start with revenue sources. We're going to analyze your property tax revenue and your sales tax revenue first. So this is your annual growth in property tax revenue year over year. On good years, you're increasing that by about 5%. And these are actuals over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. While your property tax revenue has trended up over the last few years, this has occurred at the same time that property taxes have been lowered. 2 times over the last 5 years, property taxes were lowered 10% each time. And so what that means is that you are experiencing enough increase in property values that you're still seeing a growth in that revenue while you're holding and reducing your overall tax rate that's being passed on to your residents. Next slide, please. So over the next several slides, we're going to take a look at how Double Oak compares to other Denton County cities. We're going to look at this comparison with other smaller cities within Denton County with a specific focus on towns and cities that are geographically near Double Oak, although I've also just thrown in Aubrey so that you see an outlier there and how that tracks with these other communities. I want to kind of explain this chart to you. This is essentially your tax rate compared to the other tax rates of these 12 communities. When I say your tax rate, I mean the city's property tax rate, and that can be made up of your maintenance and operations budget and your debt service tax rate. Double Oak does not have debt service tax rate, so you are just maintenance and operations. The maintenance and operations rate is what's shown in blue for all of these comparison cities. The debt service rate is shown in red. So a number of these communities, most of them, besides you and one other, have a debt service rate that increases the tax rate, overall tax rate that's passed on to citizens. I've also included here the Denton County Emergency Service Districts. The fire district is number 1. They tax at .06 cents, or .06 dollars, and the emergency services district number 2, which is your basically your emergency and ambulance services, taxes at 10 cents on the dollar.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
Real quick, sorry to interject. So I asked to have this put in here because of, we budget for, during the year, that we pay out of our budget for the Double Oak Volunteer Fire Department. We pay out of our budget each year for EMS services that we have a contract with Flower Mound for. If we were to move to some sort of ESD type of arrangement, that then becomes a tax that's added on top of your property tax. So you saw where we were 0.17. Add these two together, that's 0.16. If we were to, and as long as I'm in Double Oak, was not going to happen, but if we weren't to have a Double Oak Volunteer Fire Department, and we had to go to an ESD situation, we would double our tax rate. No questions asked, double the tax rate. We right now, through our contracts, I shouldn't even be saying this, I'm not going to bring out the total numbers, that between our EMS contract with Flower Mound and our Double Oak Volunteer Fire Department, we are sitting at a third, just a little over a third of what we would have to pay if we were to do ESD. So, meaning we would be triple paying, it would cost us triple to have our emergency services. When you hear me talk about the wonderful, well, first off, they're wonderful anyway, but we have a great deal. Now that keeps our budget low, but we're one of the few communities around that we pay for our emergency services out of our budget. But to take it out of our budget and turn it into the tax, at a minimum around here to do that, we would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.16 to do it. That's what Bartonville's paying. That's what Copper Canyon's paying. And as you look through there, all the green is where ESD is. And it's not, it's just what it costs to have emergency services. And we had it great for a long time until Flower Mound called in and said, hey, listen, you can't pay that anymore. You gotta bring it up to speed. And we did a step-up program with them, and we've got to where we're at. And that was a point of contention. But the reality of it is that you put the two together, and Double Oak has an amazing emergency services in terms of what we spend for. And why this matters is because that could change in the future. It could change in the future. These are what ifs, and I just bring it up because we don't have a problem sitting down and doing things for the volunteer fire department and working with Flower Mound EMS. So,
Thank you. The point that I want to drive home here is that Double Oak has the lowest tax rate of these 13 cities. And Double Oak is the only city of these 13 town or city that does not have debt service rate or these ESD rates on top of your maintenance and operations rate. Next slide, please. So how does that impact your residents, your homeowners? This slide is the same 13 communities looking at 2024 average home values. This is going to convert in a minute to how much your average homeowner in Double Oak is paying in taxes. So this slide has two different data points on it. The blue bar is the 2024 market value per the Central Appraisal District for each community, and the red bar is the taxable value per the Central Appraisal District for each community. The reason that I put both of these on here is because this is the difference between what the Central Appraisal District says your home is valued at and what you pay because of homestead and over 65 exemptions. So I know that you all have a strong homestead and over 65 exemption program here, so I just wanted to point out. But I also want to point out with this slide that Double Oak has one of the highest home values across these 13 cities at roughly $775,000 is the average home value in Double Oak.
Amy, would that difference also factor in any ag exemptions that some of these more rural areas have?
This is not looking at ag property, it's only looking at homesteads. So if they've got an ag exemption, that's kind of separated out as a separate parcel within the central appraisal district. And so this is just looking at the actual homestead
Well, this is
parcels.
an average, these are
Yes,
averages
sir.
for those towns,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, for example, Double Oak has several properties that have ag exemptions. So determining the market versus the assessed value, you're saying those properties are not included here?
They are not. This is just your homeowners and the portion of the property taxes that they're paying on their home value, not on the land that may surround it that's under ag exemption. We will talk about ag exemption in a minute, but this is just strictly the homestead property and the assessed value on those properties specifically. All right, next slide, please. Having said all of that, while Double Oak has a very high home value compared to most of the 13 cities, because Double Oak's property tax rate is the lowest of all of the comparison cities, town residents pay less in overall property taxes than most homeowners in other cities. The average property tax bill for Double Oak residents is roughly $1,250 per year. It's important to note that this is only for the city's portion of property taxes. It doesn't include the county rate or the ISD rate, both of which are higher than the city rate. The county rate is 18.5 cents, and the ISD rate is $1.12. Just so whenever the homeowners out here are like, well, I pay a whole lot more than that in my property taxes. This is just the city line items. You're right, you do pay more than that overall. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So back to the impact that, or the burden that the homeowners carry in terms of the tax burden in Double Oak. I also ran an analysis on the top 20 taxpayers of these 13 communities. What this slide shows is the blue bar is commercial properties, and the red bar is homeowners. What this essentially means is that for most comparison cities, their top 20 taxpayers are all commercial property owners. I want to reiterate and make something very clear here. This is property tax, not sales tax. So when you think of commercial properties, this is not going to be your businesses that occupy those properties. It's going to be the property owner who's paying this tax on the value that's assessed by the appraisal district. So for the majority of these communities, the tax burden for the top 20 taxpayers is falling on commercial property owners and not residential homeowners. In Double Oak, 14 of your 20 top taxpayers are your homeowners. And I want to drive this home because this puts a larger tax burden on the residents. I do also want to highlight who are the 6 that are not residential taxpayers that make up this list, because I just think it puts a little bit of perspective on what we're here talking about tonight. Next slide, please. So 5 of the 6 are situated right next to the church on this corner of 407 and Chin Chapel. The 6th that is not on here is Atmos Energy. So they have assets all over the community. But these commercial property values range from $1.7 million on the low end to $12.5 million on the high end. 4 of these are your 1, 2, 3, 4 property taxpayers in the community. I'm just noting the location here as a frame of reference, and when we discuss potential economic impact of the proposed retail PD, property taxes are going to factor into the consideration of what we look at, and so I just wanted to kind of give you that perspective here.
Does that count the unsecured property taxes too? Because I know as a tenant, I'm a tenant, I have to pay unsecured property taxes also. So are you counting that in there too, or is it just the land?
This is just the land and the structure. So the owner of that you pay rent to, they're paying this tax. Now, they may be passing some of that on to you in your lease agreement, depending on how your lease agreement is structured, but they're paying, and this is just strictly the real property taxes. This is not looking at business personal property or inventory or what you as a tenant might pay in business personal property or inventory.
Yeah, which would be additional revenues
Yes,
as well.
ma'am, that is
Yeah.
correct, yes. Okay, now we're going to take a quick look at sales tax revenue. It's important to know the sales tax volume by retail store is confidential information, so we have less data to work with than property taxes, but we do have some aggregate data that we're going to take a look at. And the other thing that I want to point out here is that approximately 25% of the overall city revenue comes from sales tax. That is roughly $730,000 in our current fiscal year budget. The state of Texas, just to give everyone an overview, the state of Texas caps sales tax rates at 8.25%. And then they take 6.25% of that. So there's 2% left that cities can opt to collect. And right now, Double Oak collects that 2%. So you all collect 2% of all taxable retail sales in Double Oak. As you can see, the town has seen a steady growth in sales tax revenue year over year, looking at about an average of 12% growth. Next slide, please. This slide may look familiar to some of you because I actually stole it from the town manager. This is an analysis that looks at your source of sales tax revenue. 75% roughly of your sales tax revenue is coming from online sales, and about 25% is coming from your local shops. The two largest online sales tax payers are Amazon and Google, not surprisingly, and the largest local sales tax payer is Sherwin-Williams. When we analyze the scenarios related to the proposed retail PD, sales tax and property tax revenue will both be factored into consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're going to zoom out and take a look at Double Oak's current development pattern before zooming in on a potential retail PD. This is the town's zoning map, as I'm sure you're all familiar with, and as you can see, the majority of your land is built out in single-family development, which is kind of the tannish yellow color. And some of the green towards the bottom as well as larger residential tracts. Generally speaking, there are two main areas that remain undeveloped today that aren't landlocked and which have access to sewer, both of which are necessary for development. These two areas are highlighted at the top of the slide. Sunset Vista is a recently approved residential development, and we're going to include estimated property tax revenue from this development going forward in the scenarios that we discuss. The other area is the proposed retail PD that is in question today. We're gonna look at we're going to assume that Sunset Vista is going to be built, and so that's going to come into our projections going forward, and then we're going to look at three scenarios for the proposed retail PD. So the first scenario, we're going to call it the retail PD scenario, which is where we actually analyze potential income from the development of this property as proposed in the PD zoning application today. So that doesn't mean that some of this won't change, but I just want you to have the perspective of what we're basing this information on. So if you start at the top left of the slide, this is what Double Oak is collecting in property tax revenue today on these two parcels. You can see their market value at 2.3 million and 1.4 million, and then you can see their exemptions. This is where ag exemptions come in and can really play a big role. And then their appraised value and their annual revenue, what they're paying in property taxes today is roughly $1,500 a year. Yes, sir.
Just for the audience's clarification as well as mine, parcel 18339 is which on the previous map, and which is parcel 18341, please?
These both make up the 23-acre PD.
Okay, if you will just go back a slide.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're all level set.
Sure.
Okay, can you go back one? So the very top light green that says proposed retail PD, those are the two parcels that are on the top of the next spreadsheet.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so would you go forward one slide,
Yes.
please? So, you went two, that's okay. So what you're telling, excuse me, the cedar's apparently really bad. So what you're telling the council and the commission here is the 23 acres presently only pays $1,500 in property tax each year,
That is correct.
whereas each citizen with their 1 acre is paying on average how much?
$12.50, so almost the same.
So they're paying 1/23 of what everybody else is paying for that property. So that
Correct.
represents an opportunity cost to the town of foregone taxes, correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Do I
correct.
understand it correctly?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the commission and the council understands that that property owned by the merchant family only pays 50, and I'm not besmirching them. I'm just saying that's the situation under the ag rules, is they are only paying $1,500 per annum of property tax.
Yes, sir, that
Thank
is
you.
correct.
Amy,
Yes.
what are they using for claiming ag exemption?
I don't have that answer off the top of my head, but my colleague Randy back here can probably look into that, or Chris may know the answer to that question. Do you know what their ag use is?
Between the homeowner and the county.
Okay.
Correct.
The county
That is a county,
But it's available information.
you'd have to get it through DCAD, then County Appraisal District.
We'll see what we can pull up for
I'm
you.
just curious because they have, there's no visible, currently, there's no visible agricultural activity that I've noticed. Maybe some of the people who are closer to that property has seen it, but, you know, that's been an item that I've identified in the past, is that some properties are questionable as for, you know,
Correct.
if they currently own ag, but that's another.
We'll see
that's
what we can
argument.
find for you on that during the presentation. So back to the slide at hand. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Would we all please be respectful of the speaker? The conversation in this room is between the commission, the council, and the person at the podium. That is all. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
You're fine.
So moving your way down this slide, there's two new sets of values here. The first is an assumption of what the land would be valued at if it were to be developed under the current plan for the PD. And then the second, and we subtracted out what the base value is, which is what's being paid today. So we're talking about net new revenue here, subtracting what you're getting already. And then there's improvements that are proposed as well, and what they would be valued at. Combined between the land value and the improvements value, we estimate that your new ad valorem revenue would be around $111,000 per year at full build-out. So I'm going to show you some additional data in a minute where we break it out, where it ramps up over a period of time. But just at full build-out, our estimate is that in new property tax revenue, you would see about an 8% increase in your property tax revenue category, specifically once this project is fully built. Next slide, please.
Can you explain what commercial flex is?
Yes, so commercial flex, it will be defined specifically under the plan development, and I don't, one of the things that Randy and I have done is we've separated our reviews of this project so that we're conducting independent reviews. Randy may want to come up and explain the definition within the actual PD. I can tell you that it is, oh, I'm going to let you take it? Okay.
All right, so currently it's a draft definition, and it is a use that accommodates retailers, distributors, wholesalers, service providers, and businesses that require additional workspace and/or storage than traditional retail centers typically provide. The additional workspace and/or storage may be used for retailers that offer primary products that are larger in size than typical retailers. Showroom, primarily for the display of sale of goods. Office for administrative or other functions. light assembly, and distribution and inventory storage. So that is the working definition where we're sitting at currently today for commercial flex.
And that 8% increase, that's like for, compared to our budget? Like our budget would go
Yes,
up by
ma'am, that's
8%?
correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Your revenue would go up 8%.
I might have missed it, but the 59,776.48 and then the 111, what are those two? Or do you add them up in your head, or are they?
So the 111 is the sum of the 59,000 that we would anticipate from improvements, the actual buildings, plus the 52,000 that we would anticipate from the increased land value.
Above it.
Any other questions before we move to the next slide? All right, let's take a look at sales tax revenue. So the assumptions within the PD today are assuming that there could be a grocery store, some inline retail, pad sites. There are 3 proposed, but we're making an assumption that 2 would be retail for the purposes of this analysis, and then the other commercial flex that Randy just gave you the definition of. We have estimated taxable sales based on comps in the state of Texas and in the DFW area. We have been conservative in those estimates, and based on those estimates at full build-out, we anticipate that this project could generate roughly $346,000 in sales tax revenue annually for the town of Double Oak. This is, remember that your budget today is $730,000, so this is almost a 50% increase in that if this PD did move forward. Next slide,
Just for
please.
clarification, Amy.
Yes, sir.
Of the 8.25% sales tax, how much of that actually goes to the city, percentage-wise?
2%, and that's all that's shown here is 2%.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All right, so let's look at what the impact of this is combined compared to your current budget today. At full build-out, our estimates show that your new tax revenue between ad valorem and sales tax would total roughly $450,000. Your current budget is the middle line item right next to that, and combined shows the new revenue, and that is a 22% increase overall between your 2 main sources of revenue. This is not a 22% increase in the overall budget, because remember, we still have some franchise fees and some others. Speaking of which, I do have a note on this slide that franchise fees would also increase based on utility demand in this area, but at this point, it's a very complicated formula, and it's too early to make assumptions about what that might look like. In addition to, I do also want to say, it's a 22% increase in your overall tax revenue. It's about a 16 to 17% increase in your overall revenue, which includes all categories.
And just to make a point on the franchise fees, that's the businesses hooking up electric, businesses hooking up water, businesses hooking up BIOS cable, because you got to communicate through the internet. Obviously, the sewer hookup that would take place with Lantana would be included in that. So the franchise fees, as we said, we kind of sit there and watch it each and every year, and so we kind of know if something in rates have changed or whatever, because obviously we see an increase, and we get notices from our providers on franchise fees. So if CoServe takes an increase, we see an increase in terms of the revenue that we get from them. So in terms of trying to estimate this for that stretch of land and the types of buildings, we just chose not to try and give you numbers that we couldn't prove. So it would be, I think it'll be pretty significant, I think.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, now we're going to look at an alternative scenario, and that is if this property were to develop under ranch estates zoning with residential. So what this slide assumes that out of the 23 acres, it would yield roughly 16 lots. It might be one or more or one less, but that depends on netting out roads, right-of-way, that sort of thing. And that would essentially, for your property tax revenue, increase your overall revenue for the year by approximately $25,000, which is a 2% increase. So as you can see, the choice between those two options has significant financial implications. And I was asked to run both of those scenarios, as well as the scenario of if nothing changed. And so the next couple of slides are going to contemplate that. So next slide, please. So this was the forecast that I showed you earlier in the presentation that shows your base revenue projections over the next 5 years and your base expenditure projections over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. This shows your 3 scenarios. Your dotted red line is your expenses. Your blue line is no change, no development on that parcel specifically. Your green line is the residential scenario, and your orange line is the retail scenario. I put all of these together just so you can kind of see that these decisions have multiple implications, and while land use and compatibility with neighbors are equally important, we wanted you to have the opportunity to see the financial implications as well.
Amy?
Yes, sir.
What would, if we kept the expenses growth as you show here, what would be the estimated increase in property taxes have to be to be on the same slope as the expenditures?
We're going to get to that slide next.
Okay.
It's a great leading question.
Did you steal it back?
Next slide, please. All right, so as you may all be aware, the state recently capped your ability to raise property taxes without an election. That cap is, and Chris, please correct me if I get this wrong, is 3.5% of your certified tax roll of the previous year. So you can raise taxes where you could collect an additional 3.5%, but you're capped at that without having a local election where your voters choose to exceed that cap. So what I've done here is I've estimated if you were to increase taxes by that cap each year for the next 5 years, how close could you come to closing the gap? And as you can see, there's still a significant gap there that's occurring between, and you would have your property taxes by, within 5 years from now, up to 20.5 cents, and still have a gap to cover. And so we projected this further out to see if we could close the gap. Next slide, please. I actually projected out for the next 30 years. If you raised taxes, that 3.5% cap every year for the next 30 years, and your expenses only went up 3% per year for the next 30 years, you do not close that gap. And I think that's important for everybody to understand here today, that a point that I want to make is that you all have, this is a big decision point for Double Oak, because it essentially dictates what your budget looks like going forward, because this is the last available property for commercial development. And so it is a big decision. It's a very serious consideration. And so I tried to get that gap to close, but at 30 years out, we're still not there. So what that means is that you would be faced with an election to raise property taxes in order to keep up with a simple 3% increase in expenses over the next 30 years.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Apologize. Is 3% a reasonable assumption? And the reason I asked that is I looked at some similar financial projections for a town near us, which is much, much, much larger, and they assumed 3% for general expenses, and they assumed 4% for benefits/salary. As we know, for those who sit through that sounds wrong, but who participate or enjoy, let's call that, we enjoy the budget workshop earlier in the year, we know that one of the most uncontrollable expenses we have is healthcare. So, let me back my question. So is 3% a reasonable, or is this other town more conservative by breaking it out and saying 3% for general expenses and a higher amount for salary, which for our town, salary is one of the largest expense lines. So we want to be conservative, we want to be as accurate as possible, so that's why I ask, is 3% a reasonable?
I basically took the lowest percentage possible. You know, it's, if you were to hold the line as much as you possibly can to your current expenditures, could I close that gap with annual property tax increases? And the answer is in 30 years, no. We're getting a little tiny bit closer, but it's not closing it. I'll also add a little bit of perspective to that. Your budget does not assume any capital improvements, right? Any, any significant infrastructure improvements that may need to be made in the future. This budget does not assume any of that. And so this is a very, very low estimate.
But we know capital has a lifespan, right? So to be prudent, this building has a lifespan. I mean, the IRS has it, you would depreciate it 40 years, but it has a lifespan. At some point, it needs a new roof. At some point, it needs serious foundation. At some point, see what I'm saying? So I'm concerned that capital is not part of your budget assumption. I'm not being critical, I'm having a conversation, right?
Yes, so the capital is not a part of my budget assumption because my understanding from meeting with the town manager and leadership is that that is kind of budgeted separately as a part of your reserve fund currently, but that reserve fund has a lifespan as well.
Correct.
So essentially what you're looking at that point most likely is a debt service rate on top of your maintenance and operations rate if you needed to finance any capital improvements.
And capital improvements would include like roads and that kind of
Yes, sir.
drainage,
Roads, drainage, this property.
building things along that line.
Yeah. Essentially what we have to do is go into debt in order to pay these things, just like a lot of cities do. But when you do that, then it's a tax that sits on.
It's still a tax.
It has to be attained back. Nobody just gives us free money and says, hey, pay me when you can. It becomes a part of our tax structure, which means your property taxes go up. And it's my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I probably will be, is that if we go take on debt service, that can be added to the tax rate regardless of if we took the 3% increase on the property taxes.
Say that again.
That is correct.
It goes on top.
It's additional to.
It's an additional tax.
And that does not require an election. That is correct.
Right.
So that would be a bond or something along that
It would be a
line.
bond, right.
Right.
I mean, we've got, not to get off in the weeds, but I'm just going to go there. That's why we got into the TRIP 2022 bond program that Denton County offered us for Kings Road. The estimated repairs on Kings Road 3 years ago was that it was going to take $6 million to rebuild Kings Road. There's no design been done. It's now up to $9 million. The town has committed $250,000 out of our fund balance to contribute to a $9 million road. So the only way we can keep Kings Road, or fix Kings Road, or continue its maintenance on Kings Road, is probably going to be to spend about $100,000 to $150,000 each and every year to take a section of it, just to get it mill and overlaid to where it's not necessarily going to last that long. And so there was a lot of heat. What do we need to be in that program for? The reality is that Denton County came in and paid for Simmons Road. Denton County came in through these bond programs and paid for Waketon Road. The town was in for $100,000. If and when we can get Kings Road rebuilt, if and when, folks, there's nothing happening right now, the town will be at $250,000. If we were to have to go create and replace Kings Road on our own, we would have to go into debt to the tune of $9 million. You've seen our budget. You've seen what, and that would come in the form of a tax. So, and I'm not saying that to scare you. The next project for our town is Kings Road. I'm sorry. And we can fix some drainage issues if we would get into the program and they would build it. We can get a lot of our Kings Road drainage problems taken care of, which would help upstream. And so it can be a double positive. But these are what we're faced with, or we do nothing. We just continue to patch Kings Road.
I have a question, I was actually wondering this, is if we, let's say the development goes through, can we say, like, let's make up a number, 50% of it has to go to roads and drainage?
That's up to the council when they do the budgeting, absolutely.
Yeah, like,
That's a council priority. Everything we make off of a certain, we just take and we allocate it. It's what's been done here before, previous councils, previous mayors.
Yeah.
We would have a surplus a year, and what they'd do is they'd take it and put it in the fund balance, and then they would dictate it. That's how we got to where we're
yeah,
at.
but I want it to be like, this is like $200,000 a year goes to roads and drainage.
That would be up
You know what I
to
mean?
council and how they would present it, vote on it, what's legal to do it. Absolutely, that could be done.
Yeah.
Amy?
That wouldn't be done in the first level. That would be done at a budget level later on.
Oh,
down the
wait,
line.
yeah, later on, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this, yeah. Correct. Yes.
I looked at the next slide, it's not on there. So what potential additional expenditures would the town have with the retail center? Would there be any additional expenses associated with that retail center going on to the town?
That's
For
a great-
example,
Yes, sir.
additional police officers to patrol that retail center.
That's a great question. I do think that there would be some additional expense. You know, your example is a perfect one. However, I also think that you have an opportunity through the PD process to require the developer to pay for
Correct.
public improvements, require the developer, require the developer through a development agreement to fund a police officer for that purpose. On the contrary, if you add additional residential homes, that does come with, you know, you're putting kids in schools, you're putting police officers on the streets. So you have an opportunity to negotiate with the developer to offset any additional costs that you might see.
You mentioned something right there, a development agreement. So explain what a development agreement would be. It sounds like that's something other than a zoning or ordinances.
It is, and David, I'm sorry if I'm getting off topic here, but I'll go into it just a little bit. Here, I can see you're like, oh no. A development agreement is a tool that many cities use to negotiate terms outside of zoning. And it's typically adopted at the time of zoning or around the same time. And it can involve a number of commitments that are required of the developer.
Can you
that
give
are
me some
not zoning
examples of what would potentially could be covered under development agreement?
Yes, it could cover public improvements that might be outside of the scope of your typical code requirements. It could include funding requirements to help support the development. It could include protections to put in place for the neighbors, whether those might be construction protections, security protections, things of that nature.
So if we were, for example, if we were concerned about the comment that developers tend to make that, hey, trust us, we're going to take care of our neighbors, we could actually document those promises and then add a few more and tie it to the rezoning in this developer agreement, in a development agreement.
You can document it through a development agreement. I don't think legally you can tie it to zoning.
Correct.
David's nodding his head. I'm not an attorney, but sometimes I try. But I do think you have some options there, yes, sir. Without getting too far into legal discussion, I think you do have some options.
And Randy's working on those?
Will we hear about that next week?
Oh, yes. I'm not sure what all she's going to share. We have still to meet to see. Progress is happening every day between Randy and the developer. So I'm usually getting it a day or so late, which is fine because I'm inconsequential in this whole thing. But the reality of it is that they're working hard for us.
Didn't we talk about, on Monday, we talked about how that ordinance thing that we wanted to do, like a big scope ordinance, it would cost, tens of thousands of dollars. Didn't we say something about how we might have this developer potentially pay for some of that in the past?
I think that was what what we put in, which is the cost of Randy, if I'm
Correct.
the planner herself, and that's what she's helping put together is that scope.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's passed along to the developer. That's what we voted on and said, yes, we'll allow them to pay for.
So we're already
us to
kind
get
of getting
that
those
help.
benefits, some
Yes.
benefits already.
All right, I just got a couple more slides left, and then I'll
Would you go back one slide, please, Chris? So the blue line is your assumption. And if your assumption is wrong, that blue line goes higher.
That blue line will go higher. What I was attempting to do is create a scenario where you could close the gap.
Correct.
So, if you were to try to hold your expense increases by 3% annually, which is likely unrealistic,
Right.
could we close that gap and how long would it take? So those assumptions are I actually have a sources and assumptions slide at the end here, but it's just assuming a 3% across the board increase in expenses for the next 30 years, which is, it's not intended to be a realistic assumption. It's just intended to show you if you tried to budget,
You can't get there.
you can't get there. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
And I just want to make a note. So when we, over the last year and a half, and council's aware of this, planning and zoning you may as well, we've done an extensive, for lack of a better term, audit of the financials of the town in terms of the way we were operating financially through QuickBooks and how it was being processed and handled and reconciled. And in the process of cleaning all of that up, looking at the Tyler software, which is where we have converted to today, it became clearly evident that after the cleanup, and I've worked in my business my whole life, is that we then applied a 5-year lookout. So I said to Chris, we can no longer just go from year to year, because that's what we did here in Double Oak. We went from year to year. We never really had any 3-year outlook. We didn't have a 5-year. So I had him, as the financials came in, we started to look at the 5-year, and we went, regardless of this development, you take the development out of it, we would have got to a conclusion. It's like we have to go find a development potentially or other sources of revenue, because how we're doing it today, how our finances are handled today, are eventually going to outpace our revenues. And that's really the basis is tonight is that, and how do we then create or take away the gap? And that's what these discussions are about, or the workshops tonight.
And I want to reiterate that I'm not here advocating for the developer, I'm here advocating for the town, and I think
Correct.
that the opportunity is that you have an opportunity to control the development if you choose to make it happen through the PD, because the PD is a discretionary discussion or negotiation between the developer and the town. All right, so if we did follow that blue line or follow the red line from the previous slide and project it out, what would the tax increase look like over the next 30 years? At the maximum that you can assess annually, this is the growth in the property tax rate that could occur over the next 30 years.
Could occur or would have to occur?
Would have to occur.
It is definitely something that you would have to decide as a council how you're going to cover growth and expenditures.
Expenditures, you either have to come down or revenue has to go up. It's one or the other.
Yes, sir. Revenue, increase taxes, decrease services, or find an economic development opportunity to take that tax burden off your residents. Yes, sir. Right.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So this chart represents a tax increase of less than 3.5 each year, because that's what you can do.
Yes.
So what this tax rate is telling me, if we may go back one slide, Chris, is that was what the tax rate would look like to fill the red line in.
That is correct.
So the question is, do you have a similar chart that says, here's what your tax rate would have to be with elections in order to make the blue line?
I did initially have that, but it's not in this presentation
Okay.
now. And I'll let the mayor address that a little bit if he'd like to.
It would be something that would be unattainable. It would have to go to an election, 2/3 majority, and if any council came to the town and says, we need to increase you by 3%, or we need to increase you by 7% to be adjusted for the future, it'll probably lose 3,100 to nothing. So I had the numbers ran to see what it was, and it's significant. It's not realistic. There isn't a town in Texas or probably in the country that you would be able to take that exercise on and be successful with it.
I can tell you that to close the gap in 5 years, it was roughly 15% increase in
Correct.
property taxes.
Which can't be done.
Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to drive home a couple of points here, and then behind this slide, there are some spreadsheets that kind of provide the detailed assumptions that went into these charts. We can discuss them if you'd like, but if you'd like to be done after this, we can do that. So
No, we want to show them.
here's your summary. Current projections indicate that operating expenditures will outpace revenue over the next 5 years. You have 3 levers available to you when facing increased expenses. You can increase taxes. State caps will never catch up. You can reduce services. 80% of your budget is police and administration. You are pretty lean already. Or you can find an economic development opportunity, which is only an option when land is available. And as we looked at the zoning map earlier, you're down to the last pieces of land that you do have available. The developing the remaining land as residential will increase revenue slightly, but expenditures still outpace the growth, and developing the remaining land as retail and commercial can increase the revenue enough that you don't have to increase the financial burden on the citizens or reduce services. Next slide, please. These are our sources and assumptions. I'm not going to walk through all of them, but I do want you to have them available and wanted them to be available to the public when this is posted tomorrow. Next slide. So you did say that you'd like for me to walk through these.
Yeah,
is that
please.
correct? Okay, so this is the base budget projections that we started with at the beginning of the presentation, that over 5 years, what the gap becomes. It starts next year, and within 5 years, it's $290,000 roughly. Next scenario. This is 5-year budget projections based on a residential scenario for the 23 acres and also adding sunset vistas. This lowers the gap a little bit, but not much at all, because your new property tax revenue that comes online with these 2 remaining properties as residential is relatively nominal, and this is ramped up over, this is assuming that the development's not all built within year 1. This is assuming that it ramps up 25% each year over the next 4 years. Next slide. This is the retail scenario where you still have Sunset Vistas coming online as a residential development, and then you have the retail PD new ad valorem revenue and the retail PD sales tax revenue, also ramped up over a period of 4 years. This puts you in the net positive, oddly enough, by roughly $200,000 by the time you get to year 5, which does give you some discretion to budget for some things at that point. And that is all I have. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So first of all, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the citizens who have stayed through the entire presentation. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
We're a team. Let's go. Keep going.
I learned a lot, and hopefully citizens in the audience learned a lot about the true state of our business, because we are a business. A town is a business, and we need to periodically understand that. So all of you hopefully are more informed about that. So I'm trying to boil this down into the simplest terms. If we continue with the status quo, in 5 years, we will be short $300,000.
That is correct.
Okay, so the question for the town administrator, what would $300,000 missing? Would that be how many police officers, how many cars, or give me something alternative for a diminishment of service?
If you can please step to the mic.
Well, state your name and your address. No. You can say Chris, town administrator.
No, that, to put that into perspective, a police officer with salary and benefits, depending on what step they're at
Sure.
and what they're hired at, is roughly $120,000 per officer. A police car is $100,000. So again, it'd be taking a look at that level of service level reductions to get there.
What would the impact be to our, so for all of us in the room, what is our current level of police manning? Do we man at least one car 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
I'll bring our police chief in for that.
Bring the chief in, please. Yeah, bring the chief in.
But I do want to say, Andrew, that it is in the budget for a new car every so often. That
Correct.
is in our budget numbers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hi, Chief.
Hi, how are you?
I am well, and first of all, thank you to your officers for being here. We appreciate that very much. So we're just talking through scenarios.
Sure.
What is the current level of patrol or shifts? Do we maintain 24-hour coverage 7 days a week?
We do.
Okay, so if we were short $300,000 5 years from now, what would be the impact to your ability to the town if 2 officers were removed from the rolls? We had 2 less police officers.
We would marginally be able to cover 24/7 if nobody ever went on vacation, ever got sick, or ever left for any mandated training.
Okay, so that doesn't work.
Right.
Right, so what would the coverage be for normal vacation, normal amount of sick leave, normal amount off patrol because they're doing annual training requirements?
So mandated training requirements by TCOL is 40 hours in every 2-year cycle.
So 20 hours a year?
Yes.
Okay.
2 weeks of vacation a year on average for the officers, and then whatever sick time or injury time, that's very hard to estimate.
Sure. So what would that do to the coverage?
You'd probably lose, I'd say on the average of probably 15% of your coverage,
Okay.
maybe 20%.
Okay? So,
So you basically couldn't do 24/7.
Correct. Well, you could absolutely not do 24/7.
You could absolutely not do
I can guarantee you that.
so we would have to then be dependent upon either the county sheriff or an adjacent community under mutual assistance to sometimes be the first officer to arrive on a scene.
Correct.
Okay? All right. That's helpful. Okay.
I have a question for you, Chief. If the retail development goes in, would you anticipate having to hire any additional officers
No.
because of the development?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
So for both of you gentlemen, sorry, Bonnie, for both of you gentlemen, thank you.
Did you, Bonnie, did
Yes,
you?
Bonnie.
Well, he can answer or not.
Could you have Chief come back in, please?
I was a little late.
Nice, sir.
So if the development goes through, we don't have to give specific officers to that time every day. Isn't it somewhat common for those developers or people that rent the property to hire some type of security on their own?
It varies a lot. Less with grocery stores, more with department stores, other types of retail. You know, they'll often have their own security on site, mostly to prevent shoplifting. But I think in some higher crime communities, grocery stores will hire off-duty officers to be on site, but I don't think that would be a necessity here.
So,
Thank you.
thank you. So Chief, so in the beginning of Whole Foods, there were oftentimes a lot of Highland Village officers in the Whole Foods. Those would have been off-duty officers hired by
Most likely, yes.
Whole
I
Foods.
can't tell you what that
Sure.
situation was, but that would be my assumption.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you, Chief.
Amy, I have a question. Can we go back to the town map that's in the slide?
Yes, sir.
All right, up, back. There you go, there you go. Okay, so the comment's been made several times that there's no other potential retail space available. So I want, and again, I don't know the town as much as others, but on the far south where that green area is, what is that? Is that bordering 1171?
Pepperport.
That's Pepperport.
Okay, so there's,
Or that's Shiloh Road, it's Pepperport.
okay, so there's multiple homes in there.
Yeah.
And I guess because it's green, that's considered agriculture or zoned agriculture
It's,
currently?
Yes.
But there's homes on it? Okay. And then over there, on the far left, the west end, that's McMakin. And again, you've got, even though it's green, there's currently residential homes there?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe those are Ag 2, correct? There's a difference between the two shades. One is Ag 1 and one is Ag 2.
They're all Ag 1.
Yeah.
Okay?
Other question on the proposed retail site. And again, this is dependent upon the seller and the buyer, but is there even a possibility of splitting it and having a strip center like we have where Sherwood Williams is, and then homes on the back side, on the south side? So split it along FM 407 to be retail, and then on the back side towards the Brawley Farm be residential.
Well, the problem, Dan, is we don't own the land.
That's what I was saying, we don't own the
We don't own
land,
the
but
land.
theoretically, that would be, that could be an option, but it would take a developer to want to come in and just do it for that amount of property.
That property is set with that Weaver sign on it for over 12 years.
No relation. Okay? No relation to that, Weaver. Just want to make sure. There's no conflict of interest, Mr. Berman.
Well, if I could, Mr. McCormick, answer your first question, and then between Amy and I, we can answer that second question. The first one is about the availability of other properties in Double Oak to be used for retail. And the limiting factor here is sewer availability. And you heard the attorney talk about the property by the Crossroads Church. It had sewer available to it, negotiated through Flower Mound and Highland Village. And then this 23 acres negotiated sewer through Lantana. So nowhere else in the town is there sewer. So that's a great limiting factor there. And I do think the church at Crossroads does have excess land. There may be an opportunity there one day in the future if they wanted to sell those pieces off. But for the most part, these are the areas that are limiting the retail development opportunities. And then the second question, to split up the zoning, it certainly is a possibility if the applicant chooses to do that, but that isn't the application that they submitted. And I do think that would prevent a grocery store of that 60,000 square feet that is being proposed, because it would limit how much land could be used for that. And then you would be strip retail along 407. But Amy, did you want to add to that?
to Randy's point, it's, at some point over the coming weeks, you will consider a planned development as generally proposed today that Randy is reviewing the application for. If you deny that and somebody else wants to come in and buy it and propose a split of retail and homes, that is doable. It's just a matter of whether or not it works financially for them and if it's the type of development that they do. So more than likely, the applicant today would not, that's not the type of product that they develop, and so you'd be looking at somebody coming along in the future.
So how long has this land been on the market?
that one.
A long time.
Okay.
I will say, I know Mr. Weaver.
No relation?
No relation.
Thank you.
No relation.
Again, Mr. Berman, no
Famous,
relation.
famous words. Yes, but I know his sign is faded. I grew up here, I live in Highland Village, so I drive up and down 407 a lot. I do think it's been over 10 years that it's been for sale.
It's been at least 12.
Yeah.
We've been here 20, and it's been there for a long time.
And I don't know if there have been other applicants that have come in to talk to the town. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Well, the oil well didn't pan out like they expected it to. There was an oil well on that property 15 years ago.
A gas well, yeah.
A gas well,
Yes.
oil well, yeah.
So what I'd like to do, first off, obviously, this is interaction between planning and zoning, the council, our presenters here today. So I would like to go to, even though there's been questions throughout, if there's something you saw on a slide that you have a question about, let's call out the slide and let's ask the question if you need some clarification on that. And then I'm going to have do the same thing. I'm going to have planning and zoning go first for them, and then I'll have the council, because I'm going to ask each of you a different question as it relates to the duties of what you do in terms of planning and zoning versus what the town council does in terms of what they do. So, and I'll direct my question to anyone on planning and zoning. But it really comes down to understanding the role that you all play as it relates to the final look and feel of a potential project, whether it be at 407 in Simmons, or a home that wants to be built in a crazy way on a piece of land, or some other structure somewhere else. Planning and zoning gets involved in that. So what are the considerations that you all think about from a town-wide perspective when you have these things brought to you?
In the P and Z, I believe there's the opening statement. I'm sorry. In the P and Z, in the ordinances, I believe the opening statement identifies the purpose of the planning and zoning.
Right.
And in that, it references that our responsibility is to look at what's best for the town residents. You know, there's been a lot of comments about quality of life, living in the rural community. Let's face it, you know, when I moved in 35 years ago, and I tell people this, when I moved in 35 years ago, it'd take me 10 minutes to drive the 10 miles to the nearest grocery store. Now, it takes me 20 minutes to drive 1 mile to the nearest grocery store. That's progress. We just have to deal with that. So, from our perspective, the way I see the planning and zoning is to do what's best for the town, which includes financial, but with the caveat as it's absolutely critical to minimize the burden on any residents. Obviously, on this project, there's a handful of residents that are obviously very passionate because they're right up next to it. You got the people in Twin Lakes, indifferent, understand that. People over on Waketon, indifferent or for it, understand that. But the people who've been showing up, obviously, to the town council meeting and the people here tonight, it's going to immediately impact them. So to the extent that we can throw stuff out there, and this development agreement is kind of an interesting thing. If there's something we can do as the P&Z and the town council in minimizing any detrimental effects to the nearby residents, we have an obligation to evaluate that, to consider it and factor that as a significant point in our decision-making.
Other comments?
I agree with what he said. You have to weigh, there's always some negative. you have to weigh, does it have more positives, whatever the project is? Does it have more positives than it does negatives? How many people is gonna be impacted? What it does to the city, which is basically what it does to and for the city. And I feel like our obligation is to weigh all of those and come up with a solution that works for 95% of the citizens. We can't please everybody all the time, in life in general.
Any other comments?
Well, I think Mr. Berman is correct. One of the responsibilities of the P&Z is to make sure that the town and the applicant have completed their application per the process, that all the due notification has been met, and then to look at it and to make sure that the proposed project meets the existing ordinances that are in place at the time. And then, because it is not a replat, to exercise its discretion. And that is what will be asked of the commission when the application actually becomes an action item or an agenda item. But in the meantime, we're here to learn what the financial impact, because that is part of the equation, okay? And then next week, I think, will be a lot more, I don't mean it this way, interesting to the P&Z. Not that finances aren't interesting, they're very important, okay? You know, you and I need blood and oxygen, among other things, but primarily in order to live, okay? And in some respects, money is the blood and the oxygen of a town. And if you don't have those, you don't live. And when you talk to people who are familiar with other towns in the area, there are a lot of towns who are not in the financial condition that we are in. We are lucky that we don't carry debt and all of that goes with that. So those are things that we have to consider. But again, guided by the administration, guided by the lawyer, guided by the P&Z, you know, and we have some really good eagle-eye P&Z people who really go through it to make sure that we comply with the existing ordinances that are on the books at the day the meeting happens. Okay? Fair?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
All right, council. From a council standpoint, what observations do you have about the financial sustainability aspects presented tonight? Because what we do as a council today isn't just about tomorrow. So I'm just going to kind of open it up for discussion from the council, and anyone can chime in. From a council standpoint, what observations do you have about the financial sustainability aspects presented tonight?
But we can't meet our expenses if we stay where we are right now. There's not enough revenue to meet those expenses. And then along on the top of that we have to think about in the future is that our current governor and legislation is looking to put handcuffs on the town so that they can control what expenses and revenues that we also may have. And although we can't project that just yet, just because it hasn't happened and it's been tried in the past legislation, we have to be aware of that, and it could drastically affect us.
Other comments?
You want to go? Go ahead. Okay. So some of our primary responsibilities are to make sure we're financially sustainable and to look at it long-term as far as council. Also, looking at ordinances, infrastructure, and public safety. That's our roads, our drainage, our police. And what we have, or what I've been thinking a lot about, actually, is we can't cut our way out of this. We can cut and cut and cut expenses. But you've heard, our health care keeps going up, 18% this year. And so we can cut police, and we can stop doing 24/7. We can limit how much we spend on a lot of things, and we're still going to be below what we need to get there. So we're going to have to raise taxes on citizens. That's where we're going to go if we don't do something else. So those are our choices. I think this presentation was good because it shows us our choices. Now, citizens can decide what they want to tell us is the choice that they think we should make. Okay? Because that's part of what we want to hear from you, too. But from my perspective, looking at it, I don't think, just knowing how when we haven't even increased the tax rate, we just haven't kept it at no new revenue, how many people came after me because I didn't stay at no new revenue. So I don't think increasing taxes is going to go over well in this town. And as you saw, we are limited by the state government as to how much we can go up. And I can't imagine, I'm with the mayor on this, I can't imagine the citizens voting to go up on taxes.
I think it's just a reality of the life that we're in right now. Everything's going up. To pay our police officers, you have to be competitive. You're going to have to keep up. If you want to cut their pay, they're going to go find another job.
Correct.
We're not going to keep our staff. We're not going to be able to do the things we want to do. And right now, we're really not doing much for roads, so we're actually kind of not in a great place already because we really don't have any mill and overlay even planned. So, and of course, Kings Road is in disarray.
Right.
And it just, there's no other way. I just hope that we have a lot of say and consideration in the development in this. Personally, and I think as a council that my personal opinion doesn't really matter, and that's part of being on the council, that you can't really share because maybe, legally or whatever, make sure the due process goes through. But I don't want things to change. Of course not. But you can't just live like that forever. It comes from somewhere. So unfortunately, you have to make some really tough decisions that you don't want to have to make. And I think that's where we're at right now.
Jerry, anyone?
Mostly want to say thank you. This was a fantastic presentation. And I think in a meeting a time or two ago, I was asking if we could have something like this, and I didn't actually expect it to be this thorough, so it's really nice. And I think this is the kind of data that you have to present to everyone, and this is what we make good decisions on. And I think it's really critical that we looked at the 5 to 10 year projection, because those are the long-term expenses that you actually have to plan for now, even if you can't do them until 5 or 10 years, and so that we're not caught off guard. I hope as a town we remain as fiscally responsible as we look like we are right now. I appreciate that, and as a property owner, I don't want tons of new taxes, but that's, of course, how we all feel. So
I'm still hoping that the state, gets rid of taxes altogether, but I don't know how we're going to operate on that.
You're going to pay one way or the other somewhere.
yeah, we're paying somewhere. So thank you for the.
So planning and zoning, Chair, did anybody have any comments on that question? I can read it again. Yeah.
Is there an ordinance or regulation on the town so that we can't do deficit spending?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if we don't do what they suggest, then the only other option is a deficit spending, correct? And then you have an automatic tax increase with that was going to be another, what, 12%?
You're talking about taking on servicing debt.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and when I go to the mayor's council, we have lunch every week or every month. They're all concerned about where they're going to go get their funds. They have bigger. We have our own challenges with our own size and our own budget. They've got it 2 times over, 3 times over.
Mm-hmm. But if we do go into the deficit spending, then the citizens don't have any input on taxes, increase on taxes.
How does that work, David? If we did a bond, the citizens get to vote on it, right?
Depends on what the bond issue is for,
Okay.
how it's done, and what the amount is, but there is a process for citizen, for having an election, but different ways that we can finance.
Right.
But a bond or servicing debt, just so we're clear, is an increase in taxes in
Yes.
some form or fashion.
Correct.
So if you go to slide 10 in your deck, it showed that chart of all of the other cities.
Can you put
that have
slide
it.
10 up, please?
The only 2 that are not currently servicing debt on here are Double Oak and Bartonville. every other town around us is servicing debt. I'm shocked by Copper Canyons, actually. They have the debt and they have ESD on top of that. Right now, we have ESD. That's the other way that we could go is, I mean, we don't want to, but that's another way that they could go to cut. We currently pay for ambulance and fire out of the town budget. Most of the other towns don't do that. They do it through an ESD. We don't want to do that. We
So
really don't. Our services.
I ran the numbers. If we were to
We don't want to.
remove the, our emergency services from our budget, today we pay just around $270,000 for both fire and EMS. If we were to convert it to ESD, it would cost the town through taxes a little over $1.1 million. So when I said earlier, it's a third of what it would be, that's the tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
And I'm pretty sure 4 years ago, when I was looking at where to live, I was looking at property taxes. That's why I ended up in Double Oak. But I was between Double Oak and Copper Canyon. And it looks like Copper Canyon's in a whole different situation than it was 4 years ago.
They've added a
Just
police
in 4
department,
years.
they've built a jail, they've got other grandiose things. And that's the thing, and again, development's gonna happen around us regardless. 407's gonna get busy regardless of what we do. And Copper Canyon has a lot more land available than we do.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important when I've listened to some of the citizens, particularly the retirees, and you listen to people saying, let's raise the income tax, not the income, the property tax, they're getting priced out. And every one of those people who have a vision of living to the end of their days in nice, pleasant Double Oak gets threatened every time the property taxes goes up. And they will be priced out. And that is one of the consequences, you know. If you're 30, yep, I can bear it. If I'm 70 and I'm on a fixed budget, I may be
Honestly,
forced
I
to be.
disagree.
What's that?
I think it's worse for young people because you can't just come up with more income, and you're not locked into your property tax like the 65-year-old. So it can go up a lot more, and then they get priced out of their houses.
They could too, but you know, oftentimes people over 65 who are retirees, they have very limited flexibility. You know, they don't have, you know, the ability to draw an additional, get a second job. For example, they may have already drained their financial savings on health care for a spouse. And so, you know, we have to be careful of what we say about that because there are people who thought that this would be the place that they would spend the rest of their life.
I think it affects everybody.
I agree.
Yeah, like a lot.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because you may not have disposable income either with kids and college and all
So
the other things.
what I'd like to do is bring it back to, so I just wanted to throw out a couple questions to both planning and zoning and to the council. What else is in those slides that y'all want to be validated while we've got all the experts in the room? And keep in mind, if you have some things that you didn't necessarily want to share in the public forum, send an email to Chris and we'll get you the answer. So,
Chris, if you would go to slide 7, please. And, you know, I asked the question of you and the chief because I want to take column 3 and make it understandable to people. So in this particular case, based on what the chief has said, that's at least 2 police officers, you know, from the rolls in less than 24 hours. What, Chris, what might be other things that, sorry, didn't have my microphone on. What might be other things? So again, that we understand the consequences. I'm not asking for you to do it now, but I'm just saying, as you and Amy, correct? What's below that column? What are the tangible trades that the town council would have to make, right?
It's deferring some maintenance projects, because there are some maintenance line items. So typically what towns will do in this situation is they would just continue to defer any maintenance programs. But what that does is that comes back to bite you over time.
right.
It's an easy way to to save some money. Last year, council put in some monies in the equipment replacement fund as a way to, it's a savings account to make sure when our police vehicles need to be purchased, that there's money in the bank to do that. You could start pulling some of those safety funds away or maintenance needs away in order to, in the short term, get by. But those are short-term fixes is what they are.
Okay. Would you go back one slide to slide 6, please? So Amy, in the far right column, 2930, you're saying that the deficit is $300,000.
That is
If-
correct.
If you rent it out, let's just say another 3 or 4 years, that deficit will get even larger.
Yes.
correct?
That is correct.
So hypothetically, I'm trying to do the math here, publicly, by fiscal 33, you're $1 million of deficit, thereabouts. It's just trying to get a rough order. You see.
I can give you I've got the spreadsheet that goes all the way out 30 years, and we can look at the, look at the delta. But if that spreadsheet is assuming that you're raising property taxes every year, not holding the current position. We
Okay.
didn't project out beyond 5 years for if you remained at status quo.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We may not be here, okay? But as I learned in my previous occupations, we are the beneficiaries of the good decisions that our predecessors made. And we endure their other decisions. And they will say the same about us 10 or 15 years down the road. They will say, we are here enduring the good decisions our predecessors made, you around this dais, and we are enduring their other decisions, which is the polite way of saying not so good. Okay? That's the burden. Yes, we won't be here, but that doesn't relieve us of the burden. Fair? Okay. Thank you.
Before we move on to close out the workshop and listen to citizen comments, what other questions that you have? What other dialogue would you like to have? Okay.
Did you want to take an environmental break for 10 minutes?
Can we do that?
Can't do that?
Yeah, where's the clock? All right, it is 8:12. We will take a 10-minute break for bio. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Well, we don't have huge restrooms, so 8:12. So please come back in 5. Foremost, I'd like to say thank you to the members of Planning and Zoning and Town Council for sharing their perspectives, the back and forth, the Q&A. Thank you to our presenters, Amy, David, Chris, Randy. Tonight was really about Double Oak. We also recognize that residents care deeply about the future of Double Oak, and we want to provide an opportunity for the citizens to share some of their thoughts on what they learned tonight. Before we begin with the citizen comments, I'd like to clarify one important point about tonight's workshop and next week's meeting. Tonight's discussion is focused specifically on understanding the financial and economic context for the town of Double Oak, how the town's revenue structure works, how the costs change over time, and what that means for the long-term sustainability of the community. Next Wednesday, Direct Retail will be present at a workshop similar to this, will presenting their full development concept to both the town council and the planning and zoning. And I keep in mind, it's still TBD because it's work in progress. That presentation will include the types of details many residents are interested, site layouts, design elements, traffic considerations, and other development-related specifics. So this evening, we would really appreciate citizen comments being focused on the financial and economic considerations being discussed tonight. Next week, there will be an opportunity for planning and zoning and council to discuss those design layout, as I just said. Separating those conversations help ensure that each topic gets the attention and thoughtful discussion it deserves. Thoughtful input on these topics will be most helpful for both planning and zoning and town council as we continue evaluating the long-term future of Double Oak. We also ask that comments remain respectful and direct to the issue rather than the individuals. You'll each have 3 minutes, so for those who want to speak, if we could come up in twos, have someone queued up behind, identify yourself with your name and your address, and then you'll have your 3 minutes to speak. There could be some interaction. There may not be interaction, but it is a time for the citizens to speak. So first person up. Just if you just want to queue up, just queue up in twos.
Can
Queue up
they,
in twos.
hey, Pat, can they actually ask questions?
So can we ask questions, or is this just comment? Because I really have questions.
No, you can.
Hold it, that's much noise in here, I can't even hear it.
Okay. So you can ask questions. It all has to be within the 3 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
So that there'd be a question and a response within the 3 minutes. And that's to allow everybody to get through.
Before you start, can I ask something else? I had somebody text me saying they cannot hear us on YouTube because you're not pressing the button to get the green light or getting your mouth close enough to the microphone. So if you're answering a question. Right, so please get close to the microphone because there's a lot of people watching.
Okay? Yeah, if you could just, your name and your address.
Hi, Amanda Martinez, 322 East Caruth Lane. Can you fast forward through the slide that shows all of the different communities with the various property taxes in it? My comment on this particular slide is I find it interesting that Double Oak has the lowest tax rate out of 13 neighboring cities, and yet we're the only ones without community property. So what I think your consultant has shown here very clearly is that when commercial comes in, commercial causes a lot more expenses, which is what is driving their rates going up. The fact that we've been able to keep our rates so low is because we're a residential neighborhood, and I would encourage you guys to do that. Can you go to the first slide that showed the budgeted expenditures as well as the budgeted revenues? I believe Ms. Bissett said that her assumption for the expenditures was 3 or 3.5%. Does anyone remember?
3%, it's right there on the.
What was it, 3%?
Yeah.
Okay, I've done the math. It's 4.9 every year, year on year. If she's done that through 30 years, obviously you're never going to catch up with those expenses. She did 3.7% for administration, 1.9% for public works, 6.2% a year for the police department, and 2.9% for the bottom two. For the revenue, on the other hand, she used an average of 2.6% a year. Interestingly enough, the property taxes only increased by 3.9%. I think most of the residents in Double Oak have been here for probably 20 years or more. Most of the property market values rose tremendously, which means that our values are going up 10% every year. If you're not experiencing that, wow, lucky you. 10%, I think a more conservative estimate would be to use
5 or 6%. She used 3.9. The sales tax that she used there was 1.9% a year. Now, she said that 75% of the revenue was coming from online sales tax from Amazon. If the residents are moving in, if people are going, if things are rising by 3 or 3.5%, why would you use a 1.9% growth rate on a sales tax assumption? Makes absolutely no sense. So I think we really need to challenge before we're in here deciding whether or not we need a commercial development in order to pay for this, at least a commercial development of this size. I'm good with residential. Maybe I'm good with some other kind of commercial. I'm not good with grocery store, gas station, drive-through restaurants that are going to cause all types of issues. So I would ask the town council to look at imploring some fiscal responsibility. Do we need 12 police officers? Oh, and the other point that I wanted to make is that, Mr. Mayor, you talked about the good contract that we had with Flower Mound for the EMS and our volunteer fire department. We love those guys. There's nothing that we want to change. But it is not a step change between that and ESD. We could implement a property tax rate that mirrors like an ESD for the contract and the volunteer fire department that you believe you have in place. It's easy math. Let's fast forward it for 5 years. Let's figure out what that budget's going to be. Let's implement it into the tax rate. And guess what? You've got a surplus for 4 years that you can then put on that may be able to serve you for year 6, 7, or 8, and then you worry about addressing the property tax again. There are solutions that are available to us without putting this development in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to follow. Anyway, my name is Linda Blesch. That's not blessed, but I am blessed. It's BLESCH at 110 Tanglewood Lane. You know, I came to a budget meeting, and first off, I do want to thank the meeting and doing a workshop. It's very informative, and I do thank you for doing that. And that's why I came to the budget workshop this past summer to go over the budget. Because I'm just a citizen, and I'm just I live on Tanglewood, and I just wanted to know what's going on in our town. Where's my money going? Where is it? What's going on? So, the helipad helped me get more interested in what was happening. That being said, I came to a budget meeting, the first one the budget workshop, and I was very excited to come and learn and be appreciated. So I was here with 4 other 5 folks, and I came up and I asked questions probably to the annoyance of all of you, and which evidently proved to be true, because the questions I asked, all of you, Mayor, you told me, oh, Linda, we're going to have more meetings on the budget. We're going to get really involved. We're going to be able to answer those questions. Just later, there will be many more budget meetings, budget workshops. There was not one. There was not one more budget workshop. And here we are talking about money. And the questions I asked were never answered. And if you don't know, if you want to go back and look at the records, please do on video. I'm there making a fool of myself, probably like I am tonight. But it doesn't matter. I was doing it for me, for my neighbors, for the rest of us. It wasn't anything political at the time. Now it is. And then I feel saddened by this whole thing, and I'm so glad the lawyer was here tonight. That made me feel so much better, because he's right about the process, and if the process works out to be the process, that's the way it goes. But be people of our word. It was a sad experience for me, and I wish that I would have had some answers. I came personally to that meeting. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Bernie Carrico, 510 Cross Timbers Drive. I'll make my 180-second limit tonight with three quick questions. One, I would encourage Chris or
Could you step closer to the mic, please?
I'd encourage Chris or somebody on the staff to go look at the formulas embedded in these worksheets and verify the question of the accuracy and stuff too. We won't be able to do that when we download it, so I get somebody in the staff to do that. That's number one. Number two, what is the duration of the Flower Mound contract? How many more years does it have to go under the current financial situation?
It's up this year.
Okay, so we're faced with some kind of a...
Increase, yes.
Okay. Last one is, all these financial statements are built on cash receipts, cash disbursements, cash flow. If I understood correctly, it does not include any kind of cash requirements for police cars and CapEx and stuff like that.
Our budget?
A budget.
Yeah, we have, some of it is slated in our fund balances, and some of it is in our budget.
Can you share with us how much that is? That's in the fund balance right now. My concern is this deficit under these set of assumptions is not 300,000. It's 2 or 3 times that when you look at, unplanned CapEx and stuff.
Chris, I'll need you to step up to a mic.
For police vehicles, again, there is money set aside in the budget. This year, the council added it for an equipment replacement fund, which basically will fund the replacement for those vehicles based, and the dollars were based upon when that vehicle is due to be the end of life expectancy. I believe we did a 5 to 7 year expectancy for each of the police vehicles. And currently, we're contributing about, I believe the number's around $80,000 a year in our equipment replacement fund to make sure that when those vehicles are needed to be replaced, that there is money available for them.
Okay. Mr. Carrico, you still got time on the clock.
I thought I covered all 3 of them. The cash flow, and you answered that. Verifying the math in the spreadsheets, and the EMS contract with Flower Mound. I mean, if that goes away, we got a very, very serious problem that dwarfs what we see up here on the board right now. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Grote, 165 Double Oaks Drive. I'm at loss for words tonight. I helped every single one of y'all get elected up here, and yet I literally watched y'all already make your decision. I don't even know why I spent the last 2 hours storming with 2 little boys at home when the decision is really clearly, obviously already made by your comments. That's number 1. Number 2, why are we taking information from a developer? McAdams is a developer, the largest developing firm in this area. So we've hired them to tell us that we need to develop more? It doesn't surprise me that they're giving us numbers that don't make sense. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Number 3, why can we not get Kings Road built before we let this development in? Because Kings Road is going to be affected significantly by this development. So it would make sense as stewards to get our infrastructure before we let Kings Road, before we let this development come. Also, this is not an all or nothing. This land is not going anywhere. This land can be used in the future. I'm not against all retail either, but this is huge. And she made a huge point in that I don't know, it's just from listening tonight, you would think that our town would be in the biggest doom and gloom. We're 50 years and we haven't had very much to very little commercial, and yet we've survived. In fact, we're one of the most sought after towns to move to, right, Dr. K? I mean, we have the lowest taxes. So we're going to allow 5 people in 6 months to completely change that and triple our size of any kind of commercial? All because there's some fear that if we don't beg Mr. Watson to come develop us right now, that somebody else won't be as good in the future? It'll just get better. Number 2, I watched this 15 years ago. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna give you the results. Rippey Road, $8 million, and they didn't have the ability to wait around for Denton County to help them with that. David Watson's group and another developer came in, built 2 developments, both represented by Kinder Stevenson. They were pushed through, they were controversial. The neighbors were saying, no, it's gonna flood our house, it's gonna flood our house. It flooded their house. And so Flower Mound was forced to spend $8 million, because I looked it up, I even got it without a PIR, to fix the road, to fix the drainage mainly along the road so that residents could live there without getting flooded. To say I'm emotionally a little upset with the people that I've supported is an understatement. But I do want to pass out the exact information about Rippey Road because it had to be completely rebuilt. $8 million. It's a tiny road. but they had to completely redo it because of their developments.
Thank you.
Can I just pass it out?
Yeah, please give it to the town administrator.
I'll just pass it out to everybody.
Hi, I'm Valerie Hunt from 350 Oak Trail Drive. Wow, that was fast. Okay. Thanks for holding this workshop. It was really interesting. We did learn a lot, and it's been good insight. And I appreciate the work that's going into this. I heard and respect that we're worried about the liability. We heard that you want to be guided by the council, the mayor, the planning and zoning, the developers, but one big voice you didn't really ask about, in fact, you kind of got irritated when there was normal human reaction, is the citizens here. And I think there's some assumptions being made about what the citizens are willing to tolerate to maintain the spirit of Double Oak and the quality of life that we have here. I'm not anti-development. I'm pro-intentional development that maintains everything that is good about our town. I think you'll find that a lot of citizens are willing to, I think they are willing to pay a little extra property tax in order to keep the quality of life that we have. I just would urge you, as you're considering each other's comments and the liability and the developer, don't forget the citizens. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there, Mickey Spagnola, 319 East Caruth Lane. I think this is for David. I have a question. You were talking about ordinances and what you can put in for the developer to adhere. Now, they've come up with a drainage plan. If they're wrong, what happens? What's the recourse for those of us that are going to pay the price for more water seeping into our neighborhood?
A whole bunch of things
Oh,
could happen.
Can you borrow a mic, please?
Well, the consequences depend on the specifics, so I can't give you a broad answer. But the town has enforcement authority, and the homeowners who are affected by it have individual authority, a strict liability under the water code. You have a really good cause of action against the developer for doing that.
So we get enough runoff from that land as it is. To me, this is going to increase it.
I don't want to interrupt you and take up your time, but the plans and the approvals that we make might fix that problem.
And if it doesn't?
Well, like I said, there's a range of remedies, just
Because,
depends on what the
okay, and here's why I ask. I don't know how long everybody's been here, but when the town approved the drainage in Caruth Estates, it failed miserably. And we were told that was our fault because we bought the land. And nothing has ever been done about it. I got pictures of ducks floating through my backyard, right? Half the acre is useless because it goes underwater every time. We're probably getting rain right now. So I just wanted to know what the recourse was if that fails. So, thank you. My other question is for P&Z. Does the sign posted have to be like big enough to read? Have you guys seen the signs on the property? There's one facing Simmons.
Question is,
and there's one facing 407. I drove by it last night and stopped. It was dark. I couldn't read it. And there's a phone number at the bottom that you're supposed to call if you have questions. It is so small, if you're going, I had to stop to be able to read it. I see on McMakin when they were doing the zoning changes, these signs were huge. You could see it from a quarter of a mile away. And that sign up there is not helping anybody out. So is there a sign limit or maximum or whatever it has to be able to see it?
So we'll finish answering the question.
Okay, so that, since you addressed it to P&Z, the question is redirected to the lawyer. What does the town ordinances require? Okay. All right. So, sir, we're going to take that question.
I should have taken a picture so you guys could see. But you can drive by and look.
I'll go up there to.
Okay. Because when they did it for.
All right, just a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. The conversation is between the person at the podium and this dais.
Okay.
Please, and I'm not talking to you. So please, in the audience, respect the speaker, one of our fellow citizens who is speaking and has a very valid question.
I just remember when they were going to rezone where the helipad was, when they finally put up the rezoning sign, it was huge. You could read it. This thing, you know, we're talking print that big. So I just
have
think
some
people-
requirements. We'll check
Yeah,
it, make
if
sure
there's
the requirements are met.
So we can
Yes.
see it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for the question.
Sorry, sir.
Val Herrera at 201 Oakview Drive. Is there a time limit that the decision has to be made on this? Is there a clock ticking where you can't, allow more of the feedback from some of the residents on this?
So I'm defer the question. So the clock is, we're on the clock with this development. Yes. Yeah. When they turn in the paperwork, it starts the clock moving.
Okay, you can't say, we haven't decided, or you just, it's, no, we've decided we can't because of input still coming in, that we're going to have to start the clock again on the next cycle? In other words, does the developer, let's say there's a no vote that comes out, that we don't want to proceed with your development plans. Can he come back and start that cycle again with the town? Like, okay, I've modified this, and now I'd like to, get consideration for this new. I guess what I'm saying, I don't think you've heard enough input from the people that live here yet, okay, on their willingness to accept, for instance, property tax increase. Okay, we're also proud of that, but I think we're real proud of the fact this is a rural community, a rural town. That's why, I don't normally do this, but I've been, Googling this and Googling that and checking, and you see that, the vacancy rate, if that's the right term, is so low, or you have to get in line to wait for properties to turn over, the residential properties to come in. So this is a very special place that we're about to turn into just another nice little town that's not as nice as it used to be. And again, I've been here for a long, long time, as I've said, 47 years. So I think I'd like for someone to say, yeah, we can push the slow button, or we can restart the clock. There may be we've got to answer this guy's question, the current developer, but maybe we haven't considered all the things we'd like to consider. Like, could he accept part of the burden for improvements on Simmons? It seems to be part of, the reason this thing would work, the development, because it has a inlet and outlet on Simmons. And you've heard citizens talk about safety concerns, and do we have to widen the street, and who's going to pay for that, and so on. So I'd like to kind of say, hey, let's spend some more time really thinking about this. And I guess the other thing is, well, I don't.
Thank you, but I do want to answer the questions you asked. So the clock is running. Can you just walk through the process from a clock perspective?
Which clock?
From the original.
I'm looking at that clock.
No,
Not that clock, but
the P&Z request,
All right,
the plan development
The
request.
submission of a zoning application doesn't have a clock to it. P&Z can consider it in due course,
Okay.
ideally promptly, but they're not bound by any type of 30 or 45-day limitation.
Okay.
There are notice requirements that are bound by statutory days before they have to be, we've got to submit notices and post and publish before certain timeframes, but there is no deadline that the P&Z or the council needs to consider and approve. Different for plats, but not true for zoning.
Plat has a 30-day, correct, Mr. Counselor? For both the P&Z and then another 30-day shot clock for the town council?
Yes.
Only for a replat, correct?
For platting.
Correct.
Not for zoning.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, David.
to the point just made, for the citizens to have enough time to go through this information that was presented today, I've made notes here that it's going to take me a week to digest everything that I've written down. They don't have this paperwork to even make notes on.
Yeah, they'll have it tomorrow.
And they're expected to come up here and speak to this information just by what they learned and by memory. So I think it's a valid point. They should have more time.
Well, we still have, we still have a workshop.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to help the mayor here, but the conversation is between the dais and here, and there isn't any public clapping, okay? Please respect the process.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. We have procedures we'll follow. I discussed the decorum at the beginning.
You did. I did not realize clapping was a problem. I apologize.
Any outburst is a problem in a public meeting. So, Dave, to answer your question, we still have, obviously, next week's workshop. Then when it comes in front of planning and zoning, once all this work goes through, then we have another public meeting again. Then we'll have another public meeting if it gets to council. So there's 3 more times. There's also it's my understanding, there's some meetings that the town is not included in that are taking place between the development and citizens as well.
But Dave,
Thank you.
Dave, they said this would be online tomorrow.
Yeah, this will be posted tomorrow.
Get it and copy it.
Yeah, I just wanted a clarification on the opportunity for people to digest the information
Yeah.
and come back and ask more questions.
We have
about
we have a lot of people that have actually been listening and watching, and they're, some of them are sending us things through email, and we're collecting all that data. So that's another avenue if somebody has a question they don't necessarily want to get up. But yes, it'll all be, we're creating a web page, excuse me, right, Chris, that all of this repository of information is going out there. All right.
My name is Michael Hollander of 341 Oakview Drive. Mr. Johnson, you're spot on. And we're expected to sit here and listen to the pre-packaged presentation the mayor and several of the council people have already involved themselves with, and be quiet and not say a word, not interrupt anyone, not do anything, and sit here and take it. So I've lived here a long time, and when I was on P&Z, we would have a conversation with the people who came to the meeting to talk about the issues that concerned them. That is completely absent now. Now we sit here and we're lectured by the mayor, we're lectured by Mr. Weaver, ad nauseum. They have all the time in the world to talk, and we don't. We get 2 minutes and 13 seconds to make our points on a presentation that ran more than an hour. It's ridiculous. You're doing this wrong. You need to listen to what the people have to say. You need to answer the questions that people have. You are doing this wrong, both of you two. Mr. Weaver, I would suggest that you resign as P&Z chair and run for council or replace the mayor, because you're doing his job, and you're happy to do it. And we are subjected to you raising your little hand and saying, be quiet, do not say anything to anybody. That's ridiculous. That's not the way this volunteer town started and in the way that it should be done. Very disappointed. On the presentation, I learned a lot tonight from the presentation, a lot about the financials of the town that I found very interesting. Obviously, we have some things that we have to consider into the future. I spoke with a young woman who made the presentation, And my question to her was, did you build in any increase in property values into your projections going forward? All of us who sit here have owned property in this town know over the last few years, over my time, it's gone up, my property values have gone up a lot. And she said, no, those projections were not included in the presentation. So she said she was going to work on incorporating some of that information historically over time to try and build into her projections, which will close the gap some, I'm sure. So I'm looking forward to receiving that information. I thought it was very interesting in her presentation that the mayor turned to the council and made them take a position on what they were going to vote for this zoning change. I was very disappointed in that. This is billed as a public hearing, so it should be an information gathering event. We should all learn a lot, but you should not force the council to take a position. To me, I look at this and I say, this is already a done deal. I won't go before Mr. Weaver because he's already made his decision. It's already decided.
Yeah.
So I would like to make a clarification on that. I have not seen this presentation before now. I am a numbers person, and I would have run those numbers and realized that they were wrong as well. I have run the numbers. And they are wrong. And so I kind of take offense to people thinking that I have not seen the plans yet from the developer. Many of you have seen the plans. I have not. This is the first time I have seen this. So we're here at the workshop learning just like you are. I haven't had privy to be able to go to any of these citizens' meetings because they're not inviting the rest of us who are citizens to come to those meetings. So I haven't seen anything except what has been in the newspaper, actually, is how I got to see it recently. So don't assume that the people on the council or the people on the planning and zoning have seen all of this. This is where we're learning this too.
Can I also say something? This is one part of the whole process.
Correct.
This is just the financial part. And
just getting
if
started.
it's just the numbers, then, I've said my part about it. But there's a lot more that I need to consider. So this is still information gathering, even for me. So that I personally do not have an opinion yet on it. So just want to make that clear.
And no one was asking you for your opinion. We didn't ask for a vote. All I did was just ask some questions that we should all think about. Because it's bigger than one development. This is about the future of the town. So, Billy?
Billy Garrett, 103 West Cruz Lane. I'm not speaking financial, I'm speaking on something Mr. Berman said about noise. I invite each of every one of you, if you'd like, to come sit in my backyard. I live 2 houses off of 407 in Carruth Estates. When 407 was widened, the state of Texas decided that they would use a 10-year-old sound study. Carruth needed a wall. Carruth needed something to buffer that noise. I know the traffic's going to keep coming. I sadly say 407 needed to be like 1171. It needed to be another lane wider on each side, which would bring more noise to us, I know. But at the same time, they used a 10-year-old sound study. We have emailed the state of Texas, and we got a funny response back. Oh, they're looking at doing that when they widen 407. We're like, they're widening 407? Oh, not our 407. Anyway, I would encourage you to consider, I'll provide a beverage or just sit and visit about it. I've asked Patrick to come already, long time ago. But it is noisy. You cannot have a conversation. Mickey, can you have a conversation in your backyard? Sitting by your pool?
I was in the front yard looking at the big moon last
Mm-hmm. Sterling's maybe a little better because she's a little farther in.
I could hear the cars on Simmons roaring down the road.
And especially, don't come to my house 3 o'clock in the morning, but they're really loud then. They like to race down 407, like race. So I'm thankful to our PD who sit out there and stop them when they can. But it is very noisy. So adding a shopping center, and especially for the people who are on East Route that are going to take more of the brunt of that, I'm on the west side. But it is noisy. And I would implore you to sit over there and listen some night just to help understand what we put up with. So that's all I had.
Thank you.
Hi, Eileen Loscott, 230 Double Oaks Drive. I just want to make sure I got my numbers right because I was jotting things down. The presenter said that the average tax, property tax in Double Oak was about $1,200 a year. Was that correct? Okay.
The city piece, yeah.
Yeah, the city portion. Okay. So if we increase that by 15%, which you said was what we would need, that's $180. We keep talking percentages, which freaks people out. If we talk dollars, we can all afford $180. Come on. I don't care how fixed your income is.
The 15% is on the total overall budget of the town. It's
Okay.
not
It would go
per-
from 2% to 15%, right?
correct.
Yeah, so right now it's at 2%, and it would go up to 15%. It's like.
Okay, so in
6 times
dollars, what would the average tax go up? That's what I'd like to hear. Not percentages,
Be
dollars.
like 1,200 times 6 or
Yeah.
so. So what's 1,200 times 6?
Okay,
That's a lot.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Can you say that louder? I didn't hear the number.
Yeah, go ahead and,
It would basically go up by like 6 times. So you're just the city portion. So if it's 1,250 times 6, that's how much more property tax each person would be paying on average. So what is that, like, I don't even know, 10 grand? or- 1,200 times 6.
$7,200.
yes.
Yeah, so that's a big difference.
Hello, I'm Gail Spagnola, and I live at 319 East Caruth. And I just have a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. One of them is if you ever worked at restaurants or grocery stores and you worked late into the night, you know that the garbage truck comes, and the garbage truck makes a whole lot of noise. I mean, a whole lot of noise, and it's so offensive and so disgusting that that's one of the things that's kind of on my mind, and I'm not looking forward to that at all. Another thing that is on my mind is that a lot of y'all, I know Bonnie and the mayor, and I don't know where the rest of y'all live, but I know that when y'all leave your neighborhood, you have several ways that you can go out. When we leave Caruth Estates, we have one way to leave, and that is going past this development. And also, we have been very courteous, and we are not going down Simmons like we used to on occasion to go to like the gym or something. We don't do that anymore. But we don't have options now. We're going to get in the backup. There is going to be a backup. We're going to find ourselves in it all the time. And it's like, it sounds like this is like well on its way to just killing us, but we are so against this, and I mean, if something else could be there that didn't attract so much traffic and that wouldn't be stalled before they're trying to get into the turn lane, it would be so much better. But this is so bad, and we are so, so unhappy about this. And I just wanted to let y'all know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sterling Caraway, 318 East Caruth. I'd like to know if there's been any discussion between the town and the development team and the grocery store about any form of tax abatements, property or sales tax abatements, or reducing or waiving building permit fees.
There's not, and there won't be.
Thank you.
That was clearly stated that's the first thing, when somebody inquires about a development or of any sort of retail, whatever, the first thing we tell them is, we cannot give a tax abatement and we cannot invest in your property.
Thank you.
So.
Good evening. My name is James Herring. I live at 201 Simmons Road. The first thing I wanted to do is simply say thank you for the preparation of materials and holding the workshop. It was very informative. I definitely hear, in listening to some of the comments, that an extra level of effort needs to go into scrubbing the numbers. And please report that back out to the citizens. And let's have a degree of confidence in the data that we're looking at so we can all feel like we're making an informed decision. The second thing is my neighbor across the street, Bill and Quinn Scholl, live at 290 Timberleaf. They're on a family trip. They asked that I represent them this evening, so I'd like to formally request in the developer's agreement or whatever document that is put together that a concrete or brick wall is constructed on the north side of their property, similar to the wall on the other side of the street. We've had discussions with the developer. He indicated an interest in doing this, and I believe that Bill and Quinn, of all the neighbors surrounding, are the most impacted individuals by the implementation of this, because the property is going to face the rear of that shopping center with all the tractor trailer traffic, garbage trucks, didn't think about that. Everything else is going to come in and out of there. The last point I wanted to make is I've been a little bit off and on about this choice because I thoroughly recognize the revenue generation opportunity. I used to live in Highland Village. We were right next to behind the AMC Theater with all the shops. It was great to walk to a restaurant. So there's convenience in having a development nearby. However, after listening to the town council meeting that just occurred and hearing from the people of Caruth Estates, I could not in good conscience let my fellow neighbors continue to be concerned over constant drainage issues. So I would encourage the council and the PNC or whoever else, Chris, that we've got to figure out a way to ensure those residents are not having to buy canoes, okay, rafts to save themselves, because we all know what type of rain comes, and there's always that 100-year event that nobody can adequately plan for. But if we don't take care of those residents, I don't think we are doing justice by putting the shopping center in, period, because we're not taking care of our own first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David White, live at 240 Shady Hill Lane. I've lived there for 34 years. I served 2 terms on the council and 1 term on P&Z back in the early 90s. I was listening to the history that the attorney was talking about, and I was present for most of it. My first comment or question is about zoning. Because we don't have a master plan in Double Oak, you need to discuss with the attorney whether we can deny a particular zoning request since we don't have a master plan. And I'm not sure we can or not, but that's something that needs to be discussed with them. Oh, and let me start out by saying I am for the development. So with the zoning, I understand the people in Caruth Estates or the people on Simmons that are right across from it. The council over the years has not done their due diligence in creating a master plan and zoning those ag properties to what we would like them to be, so the people who bought their homes or bought lots to build homes knew what was going to be there. I apologize to y'all for that. The people that just don't want it, don't want the commercial development, if you have a sign up in your yard, I would suggest to you that you basically should vote for any tax increase that the town wants, because of the taxes that we'll be losing if this doesn't go in. And you're also denying the person that owns the property the right to sell it and have it developed the way they want to. As for the traffic, that was one of the issues back when we wanted to zone the corner where the church is at, that, oh, there's going to be increased traffic, it's going to be terrible. Well, my comment at the time, the traffic's going to get bad no matter what we do, so we should be prepared for it. Well, that's the same thing that's on 407. The traffic is going to get worse and worse as the development continues on in Argyle and Bartonville on 407. And the people on Simmons, the traffic, I know that there's increased traffic. Some of it is from the charter school at 1171 and Flower Mound Road. But a lot of it is Lantana people cutting through because Flower Mound Road continues all the way to 2499.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Jennifer. I live at 252 Simmons.
What is your last name?
Patterson.
Patterson, thank you.
I've spoken before at the town council meeting, but I'm going to be affected by this. Traffic, lots of things, but basically, I didn't share with the P&Z about that, but anyway, I lost my train of thought. Well, first of all, I feel like that I don't know where y'all live, but y'all probably won't be affected by this, and a lot of us are. And so I think like if you raise taxes, everybody has skin in the game. And so everybody's affected. But so y'all don't want that. But if we do the proposed development, there's some of us that get affected majorly. Like I have to pull out onto Simmons. Simmons is getting more and more traffic-y. A lot of times in the mornings I can't pull out. And it's already a cut-through street, so think about all the people cutting through to go to the grocery store. So, anyway, also another thing on drainage, I'm worried about the drainage for all the other people. I sit up a little higher, my house does, so I don't really get affected by it, but I will say that our neighbor, the guy who's gonna do the helicopter pad, he built a new well. And so back in December, my husband gets a text message from somebody from the town saying, hey, are you letting out water because we're getting complaints of people, I'm assuming Oak Trail was getting water in there, like getting some water from whatever was going on. And my husband's like, no, we looked around our yard, there's no leaks, nothing's going on. So then we found out later that the person from the town texted us back and said that, no, it was him running off some of his well water. Well, that little bit of well water that he ran off was affecting people. Maybe I don't know if it was off Oak Trail, I didn't know where it was, but somebody had called and complained. That was just a little bit of well water that was running off. Our neighbor's about to put in 3 houses eventually and more streets to go back for driveways and stuff. So I can imagine what it's gonna do for the drainage with all that and then putting in that development. So I feel sorry for the people on Oak Trail, Cruth Estates. And so I don't know if I'm sure y'all are looking into it, but like this, once again, y'all don't live there, so you're not being affected. So it doesn't really matter to y'all. I get the feeling it doesn't matter. Same with the living off Simmons and the traffic and everything that's gonna affect all of us and being right there. So anyway, just wanna let y'all know about the drainage. And then also like I said, it affects a lot of us. So please consider all that, please.
Thank you. I would like to address the water issue. So the town was contacted by a citizen on Oakview because it was dry and there was water, not a lot of water, just water running down through the backyard. So first and foremost, their concern was that there might be a water main break somewhere. So I was home at the time, so we contacted our Public Works marshal. We met out there at the site. I was with the homeowner. When we looked at the water, it appeared to be clear water, which then concerned me that when we went over onto the other property, we couldn't really find the water issue. So we went door to door, and in some cases, we tried to text people to see if they could check to see if they might have a broken pipe, if their pool was leaking. So we went the whole length north. And then we found out, so we contacted Cross Timbers Water, who came out with a whole crew. And it was found out that, yes, he had done a well and he was bleeding off the well. None of the drainage work, because we're still working with their engineers on getting the drainage work right on that project. None of the drainage work has even been started over there. The trickle of water runs through the normal watershed off of that land. It wasn't super significant. It was a small trickle, but it caused a concern. It was found out he was bleeding off the well. It became no big deal, and we were done with it. We've also instructed him if he does that again, which he shouldn't have to do, then he needs to contact the town. So I appreciate that because you're spot on, and I'm glad that it wasn't any other neighbors, but we did track it down. So we're watching the drainage over there. We're going to watch it wherever it's at. We're working on some drainage projects right now. So next up. Right. Oh, no, that was my concern. When I heard about it, I was like, I need to go see what's going on because I knew that they hadn't moved any dirt or done anything. So when I went over and saw it, it was, if it would have rained, but the problem was it hadn't rained. If it had been raining, he wouldn't have noticed anything. But because there was no rain, that's why we kind of did our emergency check wherever we were at.
Can you make a note too that there was a drainage study for that property, but it was not working, right? Like you guys decided this is not good.
Yeah,
so you went back to
we've
made
rejected
them,
it.
Yeah, you rejected it. So there's still like
Right.
process within, even though, that even that property's been approved, that is happening.
You want to just do a quick address on that, Chris?
Yeah, for the Sunset, what we're now calling the Sunset Vistas property or the 250 Simmons, we have spent the last probably 3 months with our drainage engineer and the developer drainage engineer, making sure that the grading and the drainage is set so it will have as minimal impact as possible to the neighbors. It's something that we're taking very, very seriously. We're not rushing it through at all. We're wrapping it up right now. And then we will be also making sure once it is done and approved by both engineers, that we'll be making sure that proper inspections are done as well, so the grading is done per the plans that have been approved by the engineers. But it is something we're taking very seriously, yes.
Yeah. And that's the point I'm trying to make is that you already had something. That didn't mean that was the final plan.
Exactly.
This is still a work in progress, even though it's been past the town council at this point.
Yes, they started with something, then it went to the engineers. The engineers have been reviewing it very, very meticulously, and we're just now to the point 3 months later or so to actually moving forward.
And
So,
we would
yes.
do more so for the development.
Of course.
Because that would be possibly a planned development, which we would have more control over than this one, which is just residential.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
there would be a lot more process.
There would be a lot of engineering work done on this project, yes.
Go back to where I started. What if they're wrong?
My name is Everett Martinez, and I'm at 322 East Caruth Lane. One thing that I find very disappointing is that this is such an important project for the city of Double Oak, and Ms. Pat didn't even receive the presentation for today. So what does that say? Why are you keeping information from the other members here on the council?
We're not. We just got the deck completed this morning.
So why would you put on a presentation without going through it, not going over it, not making sure the numbers are right, and presenting it to the public? Why?
We're going to double check the numbers.
Well, I think it's too late for that, because my wife pointed out your error, and Ms. Pat said that the numbers that she ran on a piece of paper in 5 minutes were wrong. Now, all of a sudden, y'all are going to go back and look at it and correct it. That's the first point. The second point I want to make is, I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver, if we are boring you, if you're falling asleep. I'm sorry if our reactions to what y'all are telling us are discontent to you. I've seen people in boardrooms that hide their votes or hide whatever their intentions are going to be about a project or about a sale better than some of you people on here. I find that very disappointing, that some of you are saying that you don't know which way you're going to vote, but we can tell it by your reaction to what some of these people are saying. And I find that very, very disappointing. Y'all are elected officials. We put you there. You should be working for us. It should not be the other way around. My other point I wanted to make, have y'all taken in consideration the damage that's going to be done to Keams Road, to Simmons Road, to 407 when all this construction is going on? Because have y'all put that into the budget? How much the roads are going to be damaged? Do you know the type of equipment that's going to go in there to do all this construction work? The heavy machinery, the equipment? Have you considered what happens if there's an accident? Who's going to be held liable for all that? Are y'all prepared for lawsuits? Is that in the budget? So my question to you people would be that you really sit down and consider. Don't try to hide things in presentations that, I'm sorry, you just got this morning and you're going to run with it. If it's such an important, detailed presentation and project, why doesn't somebody take the time and say, before I present this to my constituents here, I'm going to make sure and go through it and make sure that it's done correctly. So people in the audience doesn't find the mistakes. And then I see the looks on your face when people are calling things out, and you're like, oh man, well, they caught it. Now you have to go back and do something different. So if you want to be honest and you want to be truthful, come to us with transparency. Don't try to hide things. Don't try to lie. Be honest. And that's all I'm asking. But at the same time, like I said it before, you have to do what's right for this community. We're not against growth, but we want the type of growth that's right for Double Oak. And I don't think that this shopping center is going to be the right answer. Second of all, another point that I want to make, I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something about?
Yeah.
So I did go to the first meeting. That's the only meeting I've been to where the developer was, that one that was over at the church. And a lot of people talked about at that meeting that they were concerned about trucks and heavy equipment and different things coming through town. What I want to tell you is the ordinance committee then went back and reviewed our ordinances on that. We did find them deficient because they had not been updated since 1994 when they were originally written. Only one street was actually even mentioned in them. So Cedar Crest, you were covered. Nobody else really was, or it was insufficient. We have since then passed the ordinance where 407 is the only place trucks can go up and down, unless they are delivering something to somebody's house and have a manifest. And I'll tell you what, the police have already pulled over a truck. I believe it was on Simmons Road. I don't know for sure, but I believe it's on Simmons Road. Because of that ordinance, they were able to ask for the manifest, and they ticketed them. So they're already working on making sure that trucks don't come through now because we have an ordinance that now they can enforce, and they have enforced, and they've ticketed people.
Regarding the numbers on the deck, we will validate and double check and triple check all of it tomorrow. And then if there's something that needs to be corrected, posted, we will actually send a memo out with a copy of the presentation and what changed.
Would we have another, would you have a reschedule the financial review if you find significant errors?
Let me check with Chris and see where we're at. I'm not saying we wouldn't. I'm just saying I want to know what the error is. I mean, is it a rounding error? Is it a significant error? Let's get with the source and let's find it out, and then we can make a plan from there.
Just make it old business for next week.
Mr. Mayor, it's obvious that it wasn't a rounding error. We're talking about percentages and large percentages. So I don't understand why you sugarcoat it. Just call it what it is. It was an error, and we're going to look into it. There's no need for you to sugarcoat it. There's no rounding.
Sir, you've had your time, all right? As I said after you were done, we're going to review all of the information, all of the data, all the cells, all the spreadsheets to ensure if there are errors made, we will call them out and we will repost the information. I'm sorry.
Chris Walker, 211 Simmons Road. I think it's something that keeps coming up, a recurring theme is that, you know, we want growth and we need growth, and this is the answer to a budget crisis. And then things like ordinances that haven't been updated since 1984 and master plans that were never created. Mm-hmm. And it feels like we're not even ready for the growth, like you didn't do your work in advance to prepare for this growth, and it's all very ad hoc and feels on the fly. And to his point, that the numbers don't gel and nobody vetted that before. I know I work in a bank, and if I ever made a presentation like that with numbers that weren't vetted, I wouldn't be working at a bank for very long. So I think it's fairly ridiculous that we're at this point where you don't even know what the ordinance, they don't address the real issues with this development. And I think a few other people have said this, and I'll say it too. We're not against growth. That makes sense. And I think that this particular project is the thing that we're against. It's not against creating revenue for the city, and I think that the math is the math, right? If the math is the math, I don't know. I think that's now the question. I don't think this project is right. It's too large and intrusive. It creates too many other problems. And we're exchanging one problem for maybe a bigger problem. Like maybe we get this revenue, but maybe we don't need this much revenue. The numbers don't even check. So I would think that I personally would prefer a combination of the three choices, which is I'll take a higher tax rate. I'll be happy to pay that in combination with development, a commercial development that fits the city and creates some revenue. Maybe we don't need as much revenue, and a giant grocery store is not the answer. And I think that's really where I stand, and maybe everybody else as well, I hope.
Thank you.
Jean Hillier, 170 Trailing Oaks. I'm sort of in the vicinity, but not immediately on Simmons, so I would expect to see some issues with traffic just getting out of the neighborhood if I'm headed west. That said, a couple things. I continue to be concerned, and this is financially related, kind of goes back to a comment earlier about the budget. At the drainage meetings that were held after the study was done, a number of residents from Caruth Estates said there's nothing in this drainage study that speaks to our Caruth Estates drainage problems, which we're all very aware exist. And at the time, I believe, Mayor, you committed to getting half the engineering firm that did the study to take a look at that and then bring some information back. And as far as I know, nothing's happened. My concern going forward with that is, A, nothing's been done. It's been, what, maybe at least a year? But the thing is we don't even have a good base so that, as it was said earlier tonight, I think our town attorney said that if one of the residents said, well, if there is a drainage problem, we get flooded, how do we handle this? Is the town liable? Well, it sounds like the town's not liable, so a homeowner who may not have the financial wherewithal is going to have to sue who? I mean, I feel like, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves and we're not putting a good base there so we have something to point to say this was the legitimate existing what's here today so that we at least know. And then maybe the town needs to do some work, or maybe we can convince the developer to do something. But the point is, I don't even think we have a good feel for what the reality is today other than, citizen concerns. So I think the town needs to, again, address that before we go ahead with this. And trying to do it at the same time, I think mixes that. The other comment about fixing the ordinance about heavy vehicles coming through town, I'm struggling with the fact that you're going to prohibit the developer from having heavy equipment come in and not have it come in on Simmons or come out on Simmons, at least during when they're moving dirt and all the rest of that stuff. So somebody can explain that to me. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the last comment that was made there, I've already made the inquiry. If this project would be to happen, the town would have to have a clear plan and understanding of how the large earth-moving equipment, I'm not a person who does the land, all of that has to be brought to the town so we can approve the entrance, the exit. Now, 407 is TxDOT. 407 does not belong to Double Oak. And so the recommendation that we've already made is that we don't want the heavy construction. I'm talking about the dirt moving. I'm not talking about when the contractors come in and potentially build a building. I'm talking about the dirt moving, that we cannot have that coming in off Simmons. Now, TxDOT may have something to say about that. So we've already pressed back that says when the time comes, if we get to a point, because there's no need of doing it now, because if it doesn't get approved, then basically we've wasted time and they've wasted money. But the reality is we've already brought it up in our meetings. I want to know how the dirt is going to be moved and where the vehicles are coming from. So that's already been given to the developer, that he has to come back and give us that plan.
Evening. Bob Brawley, 200 Simmons Road, right here in Double Oak. Moved here 13 years ago. I stood in front of the group that was here to develop our property. We have the show stable on Simmons Road, as some of you may know, some of you may not. That took careful planning to do that. It wasn't rushed. This feels a little rushed. I think that, no pun intended, you're getting the cart before the horse. And I think that you all need to consider careful planning, because it's going to affect a lot. It'll be far-reaching. Those of us that live adjacent to it, which I'm the recipient of the longest fence line along there, it's going to affect me in a big way. If it's done correctly, something's going to be done with the property. I was told that 13 years ago when we bought it. Mike Donnelly was the mayor at the time, and he said, Bob, I want you to know that something's going to happen there. At that time, they thought that the front half would be developed into commercial, and the second half would be possibly residential. Because there's two tax lots, as we all learned earlier. I don't know exactly where the lines lay, but lines can be changed. We've proved that. I make my living on that place. I feed my family off of what I do on that place. My whole family, their whole life, has done that. That's different than most people. And we're developers too in what we do. So what we do, I planned years in advance, carefully. I've made mistakes. I hate making mistakes, especially twice, which I think that's easy to do for all of us, especially with a giant project like this. I understand needing money. We all do here. It's enticing. Money is blind. And people make quick, short decisions based on that, and often come up short in the end. So I think that all of us here tonight need to think about that, look at a broad spectrum, not just at that little piece of property, which 23 acres to me is small. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brawley, can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
Has the developer reached out to you personally?
No,
Okay, that's a problem.
just the engineer, only the engineer. And so far, we don't see eye to eye.
Can I ask Bob a question, too?
Oh, yeah.
During the hearings for the helipad and stuff, you came and talked to the commission about how it's going to affect your horses and your business. How do you think it's going to, having a big grocery store there and the semi-trucks coming in, is going to affect your horses?
As I said then, I'm not as concerned about the horses as the riders. That's
Okay.
what I'm concerned about.
How do you think it will affect them?
It can have any construction can have a negative effect. We repair and build stuff in our stable all the time. Horses are destructive. And we have to be very careful about how we do that. I've made quick decisions and had horses slip on the concrete and get hurt. That was stupid in the end. Luckily, nobody's gotten hurt. And none of us can afford to have that. I mean, that's probably the single biggest concern, is that first. And that's really when we're riding, not when we're handling the horses outside, although we do ride in the front field at times. I don't see how that's going to happen if we've got, especially during construction. And that's my first concern is construction. Second is the water. Right now, I'm the recipient of all the water, but I like the water I'm getting. I don't think I'm going to like the water I'm going to get. Fact is, I know I'm not. And I'm going to share that water with all the people downstream through Caruth Estates and then over to Lantana. And I think everybody is aware of that, maybe not. It's not going to be what they're getting today. That I can promise you, and we all know it. The other is what we're left to live with. And so I'm glad you asked, because I get more than 3 minutes. Anybody else have questions too? What is going to be built is going to outlast most of us here. Hopefully, if they build it right. And my dad told us that when I lived on the farm. He's like, what we do affects our neighbors downstream. And you can bet if your neighbor was affected, he was crossing your fence to see you. And that's exactly what these people are doing here, is stepping across the fence to talk to all you people.
Mr. Brawley, thank you.
Yes.
And Mr. Brawley, we have the
oh.
opportunity as council, to meet with the developer. I would personally give you my time, because I want your voice to be heard. So if you want to arrange that, I have no problem with you coming with me to talk to the developer.
I've talked to the mayor about that. He knows of that situation. I feel confident that
Correct.
Okay.
that'll be corrected.
All right, perfect.
Another question.
Mr. Brawley, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
In addition to water drainage and the noise, can you help the council and the commission understand some of your other major concerns?
Sure.
Please.
They've set what their plan is, what they've shared with me, and it's just been the engineer. They have a nice setback. Honestly, that's the thing I like the best about it, is they say it's 40 feet. And it's going to, from the middle of our arena, it's going to rise from the fence line 12 feet, I believe. I might be wrong on that number. And then they're going to have an 8-foot wall on top of that. That's going to be directly behind the proposed grocery store, or maybe a little bit to the south end of it. Excuse me, the west end of it. That's where all the big trucks are going to come in and out. I'm concerned that an 8-foot wall isn't going to be enough for that. 1, for sound, 2, for visual. If a horse catches the eye of something, they can stop and spin. That puts a rider at risk. They can take off, they can bolt, they can do a lot of different things. That's a huge concern. The other is what they're proposing is putting, as far as I understand, all the water that comes off of that onto our property, like we said before, which is going to have lots of contaminants, plus garbage. They promised a filtration system, but who maintains it? I know I'm going to have cigarette butts, garbage bags, all kinds of stuff that's going to come down there. I have a great lake. It's beautiful. It has beautiful fish in it. And, you know, I've told the mayor that we should have a fishing tournament there. And I tried to get Mike Donnelly, when he was mayor, to do it too. I said, well, do it and give the money to the city, to the fire department, to the police department, to the park, whatever. Well, I have kids that come there now. 2 kids bicycled in tonight to fish. People all the time call me to do it. I share it with everybody. I don't want to have to tell them that they can't keep the fish that are in there. Those are our kids. in the neighborhood. So back to the horses, where they want to put in the lagoons, pond seep, mine does a little bit. Not in all places, but I try to regulate and take care of it, and I put bentonite in it and all kinds of things, so it has a minimal effect on the neighbors. So I'm concerned about the seepage that I'll get, which is right next to my pastures, and I have retired horses there, brood mares there that are gonna muck it up. And I've done a lot to drain that place. It drains very well. I collect all the water, goes right into the lake. I get Bill Scribner's water. I like his water too. I like the merchant's water. I'm not gonna like it, I know. The lake, you need to know too, and the engineer has not addressed it. As far as I know, they just want to put the water in my lake and turn their head and walk away. But the lake will fill up. I've seen it 3 times, and I travel 6 months out of the year, so I don't see it every day. But 3 times, the lake has come within an inch and a half of overflowing the whole dam. They did a great job putting that dam in. I mean, that dam is level. It's true from one end to the other. It does have a spillway, and the spillway at that moment is flowing at max capacity. Could I put a bigger spillway in? Sure, I shouldn't have to, because it works. But I am going to go into the canoe selling business when I do it, because I'm going to give a lot of water to a lot of people, because that's going to run more water off of there, that asphalt driveway. So I'm not against development. You know, I built a building. I don't like telling other people what to do on their side of the fence. But when it affects in a large way your neighbor, then that's huge. That's huge. So.
Follow-on question, Mr. Broughton. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
any other questions?
One follow-on question. So if 8 feet is not sufficient for the horses, what would be a safe height?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. There'd have to be a study on that. You know, we'd have to stand in the ring and kind of have a line of sight. I'm guessing.
Okay.
Oh, I do have an idea. If, it depends on how close the trucks or garbage trucks can get to the wall. The further they are back from the wall, that changes the line of sight.
Sure.
A lot. So that I don't know. I'm assuming by the drawing that they can come up pretty close to the wall.
Okay.
So it needs to cover a legal size on a semi is 13.6. I have one. I know it. A garbage truck lifts taller than that when they lift dumpsters in. And what they do today with garbage is not going to be the same of what they do 20 years from now. We've all seen that. So I don't know.
Okay.
But the answer is it needs to cover that up. If that's done, I'm going to be happy on that subject.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions.
Yes.
Ms. Morrow, you had some questions?
Nobody else? Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
I hope you're here next week. in
I will
town.
be. I will
Okay,
be,
good, 'cause
yes.
that's where all this
Can I
stuff
give you my
matters.
schedule for the meetings?
Yes.
Are there any citizens that have not already spoken that are here that would like to speak? Okay. Was there somebody in the back that raised their hand? Okay, all
Hey,
right.
hey, Pat, I see Amy out in the foyer, if she would like to address the,
I'm sorry?
Amy's outside, would it be appropriate to have her address these possible errors?
Yes, please come in.
Thank you for your time. I'll be very quick. First, I want to address the comments related to the errors in the calculations. I may not have been very clear in the beginning of my presentation. I mentioned that the town administrator provided me with 5 years of projections. And after that, there was an assumed 3% on the 30-year projection. So those 5-year projections are not at 3%. They're a more realistic budget that has been considered by the town administrator. That's the difference in the calculation I believe that you're seeing, is it's that the first 5 years is not at the 3%. It was an actual budgetary forecast that was provided to me. And then the only other thing I want to clarify is that McAdams is not a developer. We're a consulting firm with engineers and planners and surveyors. We work on behalf of developers at times. We also work on behalf of towns like we're doing this evening. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you have. Thank
I do
you.
have a question then, just to
Yes, ma'am.
clarify. So on page 5, which is what we were all using to go, this is a 5% increase, and this is a 4% increase, and then
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
a 2% increase. Did you use these numbers in that projection, so they're accurately represented within that projection?
They are. If you look on the 30-year projection slide, you'll see that there's kind of a bump,
that
and then it
bump.
levels out. That is that first 5 years.
That's this, and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
from there forward, you did the 3%.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what was unclear, because I did the same math they were doing.
I apologize for that. Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm getting 5%, 4%, 4%, 4.6%.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the difference, but these are accurately represented on that other,
They are.
which is on page, just so that people know which page we're talking about. Let me see if I can find it real fast. It's way back here, since it was near the end. Page 25.
Right. Can you put up slide 25?
Yeah, so I can see that difference where it goes
Yes,
like that,
ma'am.
and then you start at the 3% level.
Yes, ma'am. That is
Okay.
correct.
So that was what was unclear.
Yes, and I
Okay.
apologize for that. It
All
was
right,
a.
thank you. So the numbers are correct.
Yes.
It was just from the five-year forward that the 3% started.
Yes, that's correct.
Otherwise, it shows the 5% increases, the 4.4, the 4.8, the 4.6. Okay.
Yeah, if you could come forward, just to capture your voice into the mic.
The point of my comment was not to say that it was wrong. The point of my comment was to say the analysis greatly depends on the assumptions that are used. And if the assumptions within the first 5 years are skewed towards the expenditures going really high and the revenues going really low, then in 5 years, you'll see a big gap, which I think you are seeing in this number, almost $300,000 gap. And then what she's doing is then escalating those numbers up at a fixed rate of 3%. The problem that you're seeing is based in this first 5 years worth of assumptions, and it's then being skewed. My whole point is when you've got an analysis here that shows this rising gap, obviously if you escalate it up at 3%, that's going to show it to exaggerate to crazy amounts. So what I would challenge the council to do is to go back in and look at these assumptions that are coming in, because I guess they're being driven by you as opposed to being driven by the consultant, and see whether or not they make sense. Because again, I think very quickly, I think you mentioned that 25% of our revenue comes from sales taxes, and there was a growth of 12% year over year. I think that's what you said. It's 1.9% in the first 5 years, the growth for sales revenue. So I just think that there's a lot that you can challenge within that first 5 years that will then change that 30-year picture to look very differently.
Our sales
That was
tax
the point of mine.
is flattening though, isn't it?
So
We'll, as I said earlier, we're going to go over all the numbers, to try and make sure we get them right.
Okay.
And we will call out all changes and all anomalies that we find.
I was just going to say, I was going to make the same comment you were. So we did look at sales tax at another council meeting recently. And why it went up by that 12% over time was because Brahms came online, a lot of these other retailers out here came online. And so now we're at a place where they've matured and they're making a certain level right now that will continue. It hasn't been increasing at the same rate. So I believe we had a 1.9% 3% increase or something like that. So that's where Chris will go back and look at it again and see, but that's the reason why we now have all of those built out and online.
And I get it. And my comment to that would be, if you're assuming your expenditures are growing by a certain rate because there's inflation, then you can assume that all of the costs associated with whatever's being driven by your sales revenue will also go up, which means the amount that's taxed. So they should at least be at the same rate, at a minimum. If it's 3% on one end, it should be 3% on the sales revenue.
So again, we'll go back and look at the numbers, and we'll make the corrections, and we'll post any changes and the findings.
Just add some notations, any assumptions that are being used, and just make sure those are noted on the revised sheets.
Correct.
Yes, we know what that's based on.
Mr. Brawley, can I ask him a question first? Please. Thank you, sir. So the question is for Ms. Amy and for Mr. Chris. The right side where it says 3% COLA, that is actually an assumption for the next chart.
You're hard to hear.
Thank you. I forgot to turn my mic on. Thank you.
It's an assumption here for this chart because Chris, when he provided these projections to me, he assumed a 3% cost of living increase for employees. So it's coming in the form of,
That is correct.
of pay changes. And that is assumed here, but it's not just 3% across the board.
So I think for clarification, this chart should say, somewhere at the bottom, it should say town-provided financial data, because that's not your data. That's the data that we provided. And then it ought to have whatever assumptions, whether it was just a general 3% that averaged across the board, meaning it could be 2% for general supplies, administration, and 4% for wage and salary that might even out to 3. I think it would just be clear to the audience with a little bit more detail about what's the source of the data and what assumptions did you make? Did you
We
just
can do that.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
I took a note on it.
because that was a fair question from the audience.
Yep.
Okay?
All right.
All right. And sir, I stepped on Mr. Brawley, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brawley had his hand up.
Yes, I was just.
Oh, if you can come up to the mic so people can hear. And followed by gentleman there, and then Mickey. Or, I'm sorry, Bernie. If you guys can come up. Do some
So-
arm wrestling.
I'm going to extend 13 invites to come to our place. All right? I've already had one that's showing up to look at our property and what the build-out would look like from our side of the fence. I'll extend 14. You're welcome to come again. So if you all like, I can give you my phone number. Would you like it so you don't have to look it up?
I've got it.
You've got it.
I've got
All
it.
right. I would love it if you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be
thank
some
you.
logistics with it, Mr. Brawley, just because of quorums and all that sort of thing. So we'll have to do a little bit of logistic work with it. But
No,
yes, we'll make. we
But
can make
you're
work.
all invited.
Thank you.
So I expect my phone to ring. Okay, thank you.
I've got one suggestion and one clarification question that might take some research to answer. First, clarification is, I would suggest you do the typical type of a pro forma in this, a high, a likely, and a conservative scenario with different set of assumptions so that people can pick and choose where their comfort zone is in terms of what the results look like. And then do a summary matrix, in a matrix form, of the 3 different scenarios and the key numbers so that a person can look at an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and be able to crystallize their thought as to what all the assumptions are that drive this thing. Once the formulas get fixed, it's a matter of minutes to be able to alter the plan and stuff. The second one is, and I start looking at these numbers, who has the authority and what is the procedure to do a special tax assessment if we have some kind of catastrophic flood in this town, where suddenly we wake up and all of us have a $15,000 special assessment because Kings Road's been wiped out? I mean, I have no idea how that can be done. I know how your annual budget cycle works and how you can increase, nominal increases on the ad valorem, but what about a special situation? I mean,
David, can you help us with that?
Well, if you don't get help from FEMA or from the governor's office, we're pretty much on your own.
Yes, I know.
If we want to do special assessments, we can do street assessments in any time we wanted to, but there's a process for doing that, and it does require a pro rata contribution from each property owner. We could also do a planned or a public improvement district and levy assessments against individual properties. It's a bit complicated, but it can be done.
Okay. So I'll get some documentation on that.
One quick follow-up. So you go through all that process, and everybody gets a $15,000 special assessment, and people can't pay it. Can the city put a mechanic's lien on that homestead?
Oh, it's not a mechanic's lien. It's much stronger than that.
Excuse me?
It's much stronger than a mechanic's lien.
Okay.
So we've had a lot of numbers. I didn't hear any that affected us directly. Talked about drainage, traffic, light. What happens when, and I don't know if they've done a study on this, when you build something like this in such a neighborhood, sort of, what does it do to the property value to us? Does it go up because there's commercial property there, or does it go down because it's a nuisance? And I was just wondering if anybody's ever done a study, because that will affect us directly if our property value goes down, right? All the other stuff, okay. But again, those of us that have lived here for 20 years, the last thing we need is the property value to go down because of this. And I think that should be considered. I don't know if there's ever been a study on something like this. But not many of these shopping centers have been in neighborhoods. And this is a neighborhood. All the way down Simmons, it's a neighborhood. The 56 houses in Caruth Estates is a neighborhood. And, you know, for the last 5, 6 years, the property value's been going up, up, and up. Is this going to cause a recession in property value? And I think somebody probably should look into that and just, you know, kind of give us an idea.
The developer's working on that. We made the request a week or so ago.
Okay, good.
We have to have an understanding of what happens to the, what could happen or what may happen, or give us examples of other developments you've done and tell us about the houses that are directly adjacent to those developments. And they're going to provide that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Val Herrera again, 201 Oakview. Being an engineer, used to work on missile systems. Sometimes those missiles would fail, and there was always someone that got the job of trying to explain what happened, okay, from the telemetry that came back. And he could come up with his best estimate analysis of what really happened. But many times upper management wouldn't accept that. They didn't want that kind of an outcome. So a slight variation on the parameters that went into that analysis turned out to be anything you pretty much wanted. So I think this is great, but this is just one set of, I assume this and I assume that. I think more time, effort, money, whatever it takes, ought to be provided to get this thing right with a high probability that this is really what's going to happen. Because those two lines may cross, that we see those projections. And this town is very special, very unique. We don't want to have just another, well, it was a great town at one time, and now it's got a shopping center in its backyard. And it's no longer what we or what the founding fathers wanted. And that's a very special place that is called rural, and right now very much in demand. So take the time to really get this right, guys.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. Why do we keep using the developers' engineers? Why do we keep going back to the developers' suggestions? Why don't we hire our own engineers? Why don't we hire our own developers kind of that come, or, whoever can do and come in and do different assessments. Why are we using the same person that's trying to build, use their numbers and their assessments to put the shopping center here? I mean, isn't that kind of, I mean, it's simple, right?
We have our own engineers working on this project.
But why do we keep going back to the developers? You keep saying we're going to go to the developers to get that assessment. We're going to go to the developers and get those numbers.
Well, because I would rather that they pay for the project.
But Mr. Mayor, but they're going to swing the numbers in their favor. They're going to feed you what you want to see and what you want to hear in order to have their project built here. So come on, we have to be smarter than this. I know collectively we're much smarter than this. We cannot use the person who's trying to sell us something, their numbers, their assessments, their assumptions to push something through.
So the source of the data to find out if the property values went up or down is called the Denton County Appraisal District. The same access that our engineers would have, their engineers would have, and if it doesn't come back to us and say Denton County Appraisal data, of course we're going to question that. Is it two guys in a truck that sat out there and thought, ooh, look, the stucco looks great, I'm going to go up it or down it? So the source of the data is all mined from the same place. So, I mean, I guess we could, Chris, I mean, we can get a quote to find out what it's going to cost us to do this.
So let me just ask a real quick question. With all the development that's gone up on 407 and all the houses behind there, do y'all really think that their property values went up when commercial property came in and backed up to their property? Is that what y'all really think happens to property when development comes in?
We would need to look at the Denton County Appraisal tax rolls. Other questions, council, planning, zoning, citizens? All right, we are moving up on the 10 o'clock hour. So the purpose of this workshop was to ensure that we were sharing information, that you were sharing information, that the planning and zoning could listen to the information that council did. We have our second workshop, which will be next week, 6 o'clock on Wednesday, correct, Chris? And then I guess it's 10:01. We'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you.